Hello! What's up, everybody? Shazar, Chipmunk, JR, 10 bucks, Inktar, Cassie, Kiridon, Warren, Nolger, Macaron, Person, Locust. There was something going on. What's up, Greedo? There was something with the names there. Like a repetition of, like, there was a Shazar, Chipmunk, JR, 10 bucks, Inktar, Cassie, right? Like, there was something. When I was saying it, I was like, I feel like I'm singing. That was a beautiful coincidence. It was a rhythm in the names of everyone. Yeah, I'm a beat poet now. I'm a slam artist. Apparently. Completely random, but it worked. What's up, Simtoric? How are you doing today? All the wisdom and intelligence paying off. none of it is the result of my work, though. Just you guys have a, you know, good order of coming in the chat, I guess. Cassie, thank you for the 46 months, tier 1, getting close to that big 4 years. Thank you, thank you. Cassie, you will be remembered. How's everybody doing today? It is a very warm, 30 plus degrees in this room right now. And we barely started the stream. And it's a good 2.5 hours before I open the window, roughly, probably. So, yeah. We're gonna have to survive it. But started the Mass Effect playthrough. Nice. I'm looking forward to return to Mass Effect 2 very soon. Well, return to Mass Effect with Mass Effect 2 very soon. That Sarah guy seems like bad news. Yeah, I don't know. Be fine, right? But in the meantime, we do have another video game to play. It's so fast to load. It literally loads so fast that the capture software doesn't have that. The capture software will never catch the first screen when I launch the game because it's so fast. It might be the fastest loading video game I've seen in years. What's up, Goal? There's like a 1 second long screen with like credits and all a bunch of logos and whatnot. And then it's immediately the title screen. And it literally happens as soon as you click the button. Very impressive. Got one of those mountable plastic pool for my terrace. Like a kiddie pool? I know what you mean. One of those bigger ones. I hope you enjoy it. One Swede mugs the entire video game industry. So far, it looks like it. Oh yeah, so person, the song that was playing during the intro is from Beach House, which is the band that I really like. They're a regular fixture in our Song of the Day intros. Highly recommend listening to Beach House. Didn't know that track? Yeah. I think it's not necessarily one of the better knowns, but I'm pretty sure it's been sampled in a popular hip-hop song. I haven't heard it, but I've heard people mention it. I've been so busy with life, I haven't witnessed a window time in an age. I mean, they've only recently came back. I'm also not making much of a ceremony of it anymore. It happens very fast. So everything changes, Cassie. We're getting old. Window times are less dramatic now than they were 4 years ago. Have you guys heard the rumor that it is completely? I'm jumping. My brain went Windows, Microsoft. Have you heard a rumor that Microsoft might be looking to sell Xbox, the brand? I saw that rumor earlier today. I don't know if it's true. I have a hard time believing anyone has enough money to buy it. That's the problem. Like, how much do you even sell it for? That has to be valued at, like, you know, 100 billions or more. I don't know. Like it seems completely unreasonable in this like in this current state of the industry that anyone's gonna you know, put that much money out. Sell it to Sony. I'm not sure Sony can afford it. That's the thing. It's a huge freaking brand. Like it's one of those things that, you know, it's such a massive thing. I don't know. Nintendo out of nowhere. Yes, likewise. I don't know if Nintendo has the money. Like the only companies that I could imagine having enough money to buy that would be Amazon and Apple. I doubt Amazon wants another gaming service. I feel like they've tried that. Though maybe they could, you know, get the brand and just... And then Apple... I don't know how much Apple wants to get into the fucking gaming business. I don't know how much I want Apple to get into the gaming business. Yeah, I don't know. It's what a weird rumor. I have no idea if it's even true, but that's what I've heard on the, you know, the grapevine, as they say. The world's first trillionaire is not absurd as I'd like as an option. I mean, I feel like in this case it would be, because, you know, if you take Apple as an entity, you know, they have all that money because they're that one entity, right? Elon Musk has that much value worth to his name because of so many different companies, right? SpaceX being a big one, of course, but I don't think he could, you know, how do you come up with that much? Yeah, I don't know. Xbox, Microsoft not ruling out that they might turn Xbox into its own company, wholly owned subsidiary. Yeah, I don't know. I feel like I've heard of that part like a week ago, maybe, right? Which seemed inconsequential, but today what I read today was that apparently they were considering selling the whole thing. Which again, I don't know how truthful or how reliable that information is. Something that I've seen in passing before I started the stream, and I was like, there's no way. Again, like, it doesn't... I cannot imagine anyone having enough money to do that. Unless, I don't know, does Disney want to go into gaming? Netflix? I'm not even sure. Hold on. Netflix's value is apparently around 300 billion, which I'm pretty sure Xbox is bigger than that. I don't know. Obviously, Xbox is not a publicly traded company, as far as I know. So, in itself, the brand, you know, doesn't have a valuation, but... That's the thing. I cannot imagine that it would, like, Xbox would sell the, like, Microsoft would sell the brand for less than $100 billion. That's why I'm thinking, you know, like, the only companies that could afford it would be Apple, maybe, and you know, maybe Amazon or something. Like the you know, $1 trillion worth company, valued companies. Oh, never mind. Disney is worth a lot less than I thought. Never mind, scratch that. I thought Disney was bigger than Netflix. It's not. Turns out. What's up, Colette? How are you doing today? Yeah, I don't know how that would work, Go. And I don't know how much of a problem that would be, either way, but it's like I'm at this point, I'm thinking if someone were to buy Xbox, imagine it, I think it would be less about the hardware. I'm not even sure they would keep producing consoles. Because the hardware department's, it's not necessarily what's creating revenue. It's just building an ecosystem for people to be in. If you were to buy the Xbox brand, I mean, I don't know. I'm not an expert or anything. I'm not an entrepreneur. But I think it would be likely that they would just get rid of the hardware part of it. And they would just build a brand around the idea of the live service of providing video games, like the Netflix of video games, but around Game Pass, and build around that brand, right? More than anything, the online store and all that aspect of it. That would be my thought, at least. I'm pretty sure like 6+ months ago, I'm pretty sure there were already rumors about Microsoft not building hardware anymore, but like they wanted to get out of the hardware console producing market, so I don't know. What's up, Shepard? Or they would build a completely new, machine, but then part of the Xbox thing is that it's, basically a quote-unquote cheap PC. But I don't know. The stream's gonna pivot to owning Xbox and turning it into Netflix. If I had the money for that person, this stream would not exist in the first place, probably. Tono goal, yeah. 100 billion. Purchasing Xbox. Yeah, I don't know. I've often joked that if I suddenly won the lottery, which, would imply me playing, so that's pretty unlikely. Like, I played it once. Well, technically twice, because if you remember, when I played it once, we won a replay, which is like a free roll at it, right? Hey, Miss Bookums, how are you today? Good to see you. How's work? So yeah, I've often joked that if I were to win the lottery, I would, you wouldn't see me stream anymore. Because, if I had the money to not work, why would I work? I don't know if that's exactly true, there's a good chance I would still want to share my gaming adventures, but it would probably be a little bit different in the overall approach, I would, my issue is that I would need to find a way to be able to stream without being on a platform that has advertisement, because I wouldn't want to take money from people anymore, right? I wouldn't want to have to subsidize the show to the audience. I would want it to provide it for free, fully, without ads and everything. So I don't know how I would go around to doing that, right? Because I don't think there's many platforms that would allow that. Just keep buying everyone gift subs. Oh, that's clever, actually. Yeah. Yeah, I would be the one buying gift subs for everyone so that no one has advertisement. But that still, there's still the problem of like new viewers and just in general being on that platform, right? So it's, you know. Yeah, I don't know. Just stream on Discord? Well, yeah, but then you don't reach new audiences, which part of the appeal, you know, would be to reach new audiences just for the fun of it, right? So yeah, I don't know. You can demonetize on Twitch. Fully to the point where no ads run on your channel? If that's the case, then yeah, I would do that. But then it's, you know, the problem is you're still on the platform. But again, it doesn't change. Yeah, I don't know. How was my day? My day is just starting. Mr. Bookums. I woke up, had a piece of bread, an energy drink, and here I am. I tend to wake up just before my stream, so. But yeah, this game is Esoteric Ebb. It is a narrative RPG. Very good. Very text heavy. Same game I was playing yesterday. What a breakfast. Breakfast of champions. Now, usually I eat pretty consequent break. I like a good breakfast, but it's way too hot here right now, so just a piece of bread was more than enough. I struggle to go through the piece of bread because it's so warm. I'm just not hungry. Which energy drink? A local brand from like a small store here. Nondescript. It just says e-drink on the can down there in the bag. Or I have a little bag for all my cans that I drink at the computer. I just throw them to the side in the bag, and then it's a little further away. What flavor? Energy flavor? I don't know. It's just honestly, it just tastes like an energy drink. I don't know how to describe it. It's very tart. Has a bit of a green apple sort of, aftertaste. It's very, again, it's literally the can just says e-drink or E0 even, in fact, because it's a zero sugar drink, right? It just says E0, and it's a silver looking can, like just the color of the tin, and there's barely any graphics or logos on it. It's just, yeah, nondescript. For a writer, yeah, listen, what do you want me to say? It's nothing's, it doesn't say what it is. Hold on. Yeah. Energy drink, sugar-free. From this little store up there. Denner, which is a very Swiss thing. That's it. There's no flavor. Doesn't contain anything that indicates flavor. No fruit or anything. It has a bit of like I said, a green apple taste to it because of the tartness. But that's it. I think it's good. It reminds me of it reminds me of old Red Bull. I don't know if that makes sense to any of you that weren't born in the 90s, but Red Bull in the 90s tasted different. I don't know what they changed, but it tasted different. At least in Switzerland. I don't know. So it reminds me of old Red Bull. They're that good they need no flavor. Exactly. What's up, Rob? It's pure energy. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. It's one of those things. You know. As far as the big brands go, I'm not a huge fan of Monster. I know everyone loves Monster. The only Monster I've had my fair share of Monster. When I was in Australia, there weren't my usual drinks over there. So when I was in Australia, I drank a whole lot of Monster. And also another brand that I've only seen ever in Australia, V something, V Energy or something. I don't know, maybe some of you guys know what I'm talking about. Maybe it's not just Australian, maybe it's like American too. That brand was good. I really like those. But yeah, Monster, even like the Zero, like the white Monster, it's just, it tastes too sweet for me. Yeah. I agree with that, Macron. It's just a little weird. There was one Monster variety that I like. It was the Rehab one, which tasted more like a tea, like an iced tea than an energy drink. I even think it didn't have carbonation, if I'm correct. The Rehab one. It was just, you know, like a sweet iced tea, but sugar-free. Which I liked. Rehab was delicious. That's the only Monster drink that I've actually intentionally purchased to drink back when it was available here. Yeah, no, White Monster is disgusting. White Monsters for... Let's just get White Monsters for Instagram girlies. Listen. Yeah. Of the big, you know, well-known brand, if I was to drink something, it would be just zero sugar Red Bull. Straight up Red Bull. Puts the White Monster away. Stopped drinking caffeine recently after a month of no energy drink. I feel like I can hear color. It's sad. Wait, after you stop drinking, or if you start drinking and like caffeine again? So just no caffeine and you start hearing colors? Actually, makes me want to stop drinking. I don't know. Like, I'm so used to having an energy drink when I wake up in the morning, and then typically one after a stream as well. So it's like my breakfast and my dinner times for me, because my schedule's so weird. And then I try to not drink any more caffeine for the rest of the day, because, you know, I want to drink. I want to go to sleep, but like, I can hear color. I miss it so much. Maybe an American thing. Oh, I never heard the expression before. So. Just ignore me. Oh. No, it's fine. I like learning new things. So if you teach me new expressions, maybe I can use them in the future. But I had never heard I can hear color. I like it though. What does yellow sound like? I know it's not a synesthesia kind of thing, but, you know, it makes me... Bees? I don't know. Game is so tempting, don't know if I can continue to watch. I'm very excited for the Vampire D style one that was announced. A Vampire Disco, you mean? I'd be interested in that. I had a heart condition. I stopped drinking energy drinks. Loved Relentless. Brand's not available. Never heard of it, I don't think. Is it a German thing? Yeah, I don't know. Trying 2 energy drinks a day, had to lay off. I felt horrible after a while. Now I feel good being on a break. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe I should stop for a while and see, you know, maybe my body will, you know, at first it's going to be hard because obviously we're all addicted to caffeine. But maybe after a while, you know, my body will feel energized even if I don't have caffeine. I don't know. I feel like I've been drinking caffeine for ever. And I can't remember when I started drinking caffeine on the daily, but it must have been, well, I mean, with Coca-Cola and stuff like that, probably when I was a child, right? Relentless was Europe and UK. Felt a bit like an off-brand Rockstar. I've never had Rockstar drinks. Apparently it was a British energy drink from the Coca-Cola company. Okay. There you go. Yeah, I think Switzerland has very limited choice. We have our locals, like I showed you earlier, our local stores have like their brands of their own, their cheap brands of their own. And then you have Red Bull and Monster. That's pretty much it. Tastes like kids' cough syrup to me? Okay. That actually, look, hold on. Don't judge me, but when I was a kid, I thought cough syrup tasted great. That sort of caramel taste. I don't know. I mean, we all have different cough syrups. The one that I was given when I was a kid tasted really good. Tasted very caramelly. Had a little bit of, yeah, that sweet caramel taste to it. So a drink tasting like that, I wouldn't hate it. Here there are some horrible cherry flavor. Fake cherry flavor. Okay, okay. Is that a thing? Like the entire United States drinking the same cherry flavor cough syrup? We have trauma? Yeah. You know what I wish was more common here, in Switzerland specifically? Diet Dr. Pepper. That would be my drink of choice if it was available here, you know, in every store, but it's not. Diet Dr. Pepper, that's... more specifically, Diet Cherry Dr. Pepper. That is my favorite variety. Because for some reason, the cherry flavoring in Diet Cherry Dr. Pepper makes it taste less like cherry and more like original Dr. Pepper. Which is a weird result, but yeah. Yeah, Dr. Pepper is awesome. I love it. Something about that sweet almond taste, you know? Flavor. I love it. Dime Tap, grape flavor? I don't even know what Dime Tap is. Also, yeah, what about the grape thing? Like, you guys in the US have grape soda everywhere, and I'm pretty sure it's also very common. Like, I've seen grape soda in Australia. I've seen grape soda, I'm pretty sure in the UK. Not a thing here. I've never ever seen grape soda in any store in Switzerland. Just doesn't exist. Huh. I despise grape soda? You would. I don't know why I said that, but... Yeah. Same with cream soda. Why is cream soda not a thing in Switzerland? Are the ingredients banned for whatever reason? Because they're unhealthy, probably? No, actually, that makes a lot of sense. But... I don't know, cream soda is delicious. I drank so much cream soda in Australia. So much. I always go back to Australia when it comes to food and drinks, because I discovered the whole world. I had Taco Bell for the first time. I had grape soda for the first time. Cream soda everywhere, every day, you know, there's a whole lot of stuff over there that you can't find here. Some brand, like some flavors of Doritos that I didn't know existed. Taco Bell was mid, by the way, just saying. All you guys always talking about Taco Bell, come on. What's up, Zia? How are you today? I like Taco Bell, don't be hating. I found it very mid. Maybe Taco Bell in Australia is worse than it is in the US, but I found it kind of flavorless. And Yeah, just bland. Not very well seasoned. Needs the sauce. Not for good food with something fast and easy. Yeah, but I'd rather have just McDonald's then, I guess. Although I will say, again, we've had a conversation in the past, everyone, but McDonald's very different depending on where you get it. Switzerland McDonald's, very damn good. Taco Bell has a little flavor because they throw a handful of hot sauce at you. Yeah, I like hot sauce. But what if you dipped something in hot sauce that already has flavor? How about that? And then you get an explosion of flavors instead of a little wet fart of flavor. Now, every time you guys are gonna have Taco Bell, you're gonna remember that wet fart of flavor. It's gonna come to your mind next time you have Taco Bell. You're gonna be like, ah, wet fart of flavor. You weren't drunk enough when you ate Taco Bell? That is not true. That is not true, as a matter of fact. I don't drink very much. You guys know that. I barely drink. I haven't had alcohol in, I don't know, months. And when I had it last, it was just one beer. And before that, it was maybe, you know, months again. I drink extremely rarely. Extremely rarely. It needs to be an occasion, right? But when I was down there, I was very much, not peer pressured, but I let myself have fun when I was down there, and oh boy. So much drinking. Taco Bell naked is just drywall. There's 2 Taco Bells within Germany's border. They're on closed US military bases. That's interesting. I never thought about that. Del Taco, is that another brand? Of like, is that another taco fast food thing? Del Taco. I don't know if I've ever heard of that. Oh yeah, I love that, Gnomes. I love all those amaretto, Disaronno, all that stuff. Yeah, everything that has like that almond taste. Very familiar with those. I don't drink them because, you know, but I have nothing against alcohol. I never drink it. I don't, you know. It's one of those things where I rarely have an occasion to drink, and I don't feel like drinking by myself at home. Yeah. For me, drinking alcohol is a social thing, right? I have no like desire to drink on my own. It's very much a social occasion thing. So yeah, I don't have very many opportunities to do so. Last time I actually like drank a fair bit was at my cousin's wedding. I had a few beers. That was like 2 years ago. And some wine, but that's it. You know? Anyway. Oh, in other news, have you seen the prices? They've announced the prices for the Steam box, Steam thing. What's it called? Steam machine? GameCube? Yeah, the GameCube. Steam is the official name the Steam machine? Hold on. I must have a tab still somewhere. There it is. Steam machine official pricing. 512 gigabytes without a controller. $1,049. What? The controller has a wait list right now, yeah. Now, to be fair, the version with 2 terabytes, which why would you not want to grab that? 512 gigabytes, you're not going very far with that. But 2 terabytes is only, without controllers, only $13.49. So 300 more for 1.5 terabytes extra. I think that's worth it. To get the bigger size. Still, absurd prices. And it's almost $100 extra for the controller. But at that price, over $1,000, wouldn't you just build a PC? You can probably just build a PC that is just as good as that machine. At that price. Like you know, it would have needed to be, I wouldn't say half price, but at least $400 less for it to be really interesting. What's up, Philanor? What's up, Nibru? Yeah, it's pretty much just a pre-built PC at that point, right? I get. On the cheaper side, of course, and I don't know exactly what the hardwares and you know, in those things are, but no, I get that person. Yeah, I totally get it, but it feels like you would assume that the prices would be lower and that they would basically gain the benefits back by the fact that people have to use Steam to get their games, right? They can't go to Epic and whatever. So you would assume that they would have eaten the cost on the hardware a little bit. And maybe they do. It's just maybe that hardware is that expensive right now. But yeah, exactly, Anktar. I'm thinking that's what happened. It is initially they probably imagined it would be much cheaper, but it is what it is. It's not Steam exclusive. No, I know, but it you know, it's likely that it's being pushed on the machine in a way that most consumers would just use Steam, right? So that's kind of the appeal, I guess. But yeah, I don't know. Did I trim my stash too much? I feel like my stash feels small and puny right now. I can see my upper lip a little bit. I trimmed it yesterday. I like trimming the stash for a new game every time. I don't know if you guys noticed that pattern, but now it feels too small. I don't know. I'm being self-conscious about the stash right now, which hasn't happened in years. Might need to pull out the stash wig. Same mistake Sega was making with their consoles after the Genesis. Is there a market for that? I don't know, Credo. Yeah, I'm not sure. Yeah, I don't know. I do not. I don't think I'm the. I don't believe I am the audience for that. The target audience for this consumer base or whatever you call that. Yeah. I have a PC, I have a PlayStation. I don't think I need anything else. Recently, I felt the desire to have a Steam Deck recently because it's so warm up here that in the morning when the sun comes back up and I have to, you know, start thinking about closing the window and everything, I want to shut off the computer, close the window, keep the fresh air in, and go downstairs where it's cooler. And then I'm like, man, I wish I had the Steam Deck right now and I could, you know, play whatever game. So great, yeah. Also very expensive, but I do see the appeal. Ask your cousin. My cousin doesn't work in a game store anymore, as far as I know. Last time we checked, their store was about to close because it was bought by another company, and then they had to make cuts. And as a manager of the store, you know, I think he had no choice but to find something else to do. Doesn't work in a game store anymore, as far as I know. Brick and mortar stores are just closing at this point. Not much. I feel like for a year, as far as I remember what he told me, like for a year they've been mostly selling like merch, like figurines, Funko Pops and all that stuff, more than games anyway. But Steam Deck was one of the best purchases I made the last few years. Man, now you're making me. What's the cost of a Steam Deck right now? Let's see. If I were to buy a Steam Deck. $736. Wait. 512 gigabytes. That is not a lot. What's the... Oh! The 1000 gigabytes version is $900. Probably fine with 512 anyway. It's on a machine like that. Maybe you can't install... Like, you wouldn't play the really big games anyway, right? You would most likely play maybe some more indie stuff. Or maybe a smaller version would be okay, but still $750. Swiss francs, which is right now would amount to $900. Because the fucking dollar's down the drain now. What's up, Clip Turn? What's up, Egg? Yeah, we've talked about it a little bit. Now we're talking about the Steam Deck. Price increase, yeah. Yeah, I don't know. Now's not the time to buy hardware anyway. I'll wait for the AI bubble burst, and then I'll buy hardware. How about we play some video games? How about that? I got very scared for a second because I looked on the left side of the screen and there was no continue button, and I was like, oh no! But the continue button's over there. What? You didn't make it far last time. That's my bad. Ready for another round? What? Listen, it is not your fault, Christopher Bodegard. You cannot take the blame for that. You cannot take the blame for that. In this particular case, it's on me. If you want to tip, I don't know if I should read that. I don't want to tip. Prepare spells at the shrine, then heal yourself and eat some apples. That should get you through the Lich House Gauntlet. Signed, Chris. Okay, Chris, you're gonna have to, you're gonna have to tone down the backseating a little bit. I think this is funny because it's vague and it's kind of vague and part of the game's sort of humor. I don't mind it. It's like the game telling you don't go solo in the dungeon. This is fun. I like it. So I was thinking about my camera position yesterday when I was rewatching. I rewatched the stream a little bit, and I was like, I don't know about the camera position because the problem is that there was a dice roll. We took 1d4 damage. The dice was behind the camera. You guys didn't see the full effect of it. I was very upset about that. But then at the bottom would be probably annoying because it would cover the conversation choices, and then I can't put it on the left side. I don't do that. I think we're gonna have to do with top right, but it's... Can you make your face cam float around the screen like a DVD screensaver? I mean, I could, but I don't think that'd be good. I mean, I can make my camera disappear when we have a dice roll or something if I know about it, but then the problem becomes that you want to see my face when the dice rolls, right? It's fine. It's just a dice roll, right? You guys see the result. It's okay. I think it's the best, I could make my camera smaller, but I'm not sure anyone wants that. It's fine. The music is so good, by the way. Boom, 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 boom. Day 1 started at 8:00. Yeah, we made it to 8:23. 23 minutes. Took us 2 hours. Sure, person. Yeah, that sounds reasonable. Just scrub the mustache. That's why we're here anyway. That's fair. Your stats already look beefy. That's the starting stats. It's D&D system, right? So you you only have so much. In this case, it's not like the D&D, you know, in like a normal old school session of D&D, you would roll the dice to know what your stat is. Here we had points to distribute. No random dice rolls. But yeah, man, I haven't played proper D&D since 3.5, I think, all the way back in the day. So my knowledge of D&D rules is not great. I might have to, if the game just follows pretty much D&D rules, I might have to look some stuff up sometimes, maybe, to understand the mechanics. Although it seems like a simplified system, so I don't know. We'll see. Things have changed a bit since then, you know. Anyway, how about we go in the lower layer and make some progress. The questing tree is a network of connecting quests you can complete on your journey. Each time you complete a major quest, you are able to debate yourself to unlock a unique feat. But beware, the choices you make in both the quest and in that debate determine what feat you get. Oh, that sounds so cool. What a system. I cannot wait to debate myself. Since that's what they call it these days. That's what the kids call it these days. Debating yourself. I don't know what... Oh. Oh, that was sick! I clicked on the thing being like, I don't know what that is, and my character told me. 3 first level spell slots. I'm ready for anything. Can I click on other... Oh, that's also a menu. Cool. Ah, I can bring that out. That's wonderful. What a cool system. Alright, let's see. Earth's passing. Why do we have 2 entries? Oh yeah, they both had a different opinion of it. That's very cool. Yeah, this game is awesome. Game is really awesome. What a game. Very cool art style, very unique, just approach to everything. It knows what it's doing. Is that a body? Behold, engage, and trifle. Engage? Oh, on that, hold on a second. Let me, a vase of leaves. Smells lovely. Oh, potpourri! Have some potpourri in the room. Can I trifle with it? Incense. Sure. What can I do with incense, I wonder? Incense is easily burned spices and herbs. Can be used to recover first level spell slot. Nice. The art is so cool though. What a really, really well put together game. Alright, well. It's a corpse under a blanket. Trifle? Oh. We have an apple. And we got some crowns. Earth crowns, the official currency minted in Norvik's Riksbank. These silver coins are most valuable along River Torna as the Norwegian river's reach offers its support in trade and general commerce. Okay, we have some money. It's you know, we begin to collect. Oh, I can move my things around. That's so perfect. Love it. Big fan. Put the money all the way down. Put the consumables here and the equipment lower. Actually, no, that's fine. Did I eat another apple? How much HP do I have right now? 3. Yeah, let's consume another apple. Alright. Gotta get those hit points as high as possible. If only it was a backpack, we could loosely stack everything inside. Yeah, Karen's inventory system is one for the ages. One of the greats. Does that get you back? Yes, it does. Okay, I can engage with the corpse, which... Well, I mean, let's see. Cold corpse. You stare at a blue rag. It's draped over the outline of a someone. The outline of a someone. It's a good line. Sir, you can't sleep down here. Ah, I see. It must be normal to take naps down here. Check under the rag. Let him sleep. He must have had a rough day. It is interesting that our character doesn't seem to consider death. Because, you know, there's this whole thing with Constitution telling us we're already dead anyway, right? And us not considering death to be that much of a problem, just a form of sleep. I think that's an interesting little... wonder how that... Also, something I've noticed, I don't know... Oh, sorry about that. I don't know if you guys noticed, but... see the coloring on the blanket? It very much has that almost watercolor-esque quality to it, where it's not like perfectly following the outline. It goes over a little bit. Like all the coloring's done in a bit of that sort of... I don't know. I like that. It's not very precise. It gives it a bit of a... yeah, watercolor almost vibe to it. Warren, thank you for gifting a tier 1 sub to Philanor. 836. Huge number. Huge number. And Philanor, enjoy the ad-free experience. Philanor will be remembered. I mean, I do want to check under the rag. But I like those lines too. Yeah, let me check under the rag, I guess. There's a bright boot. Looks like assets were painted with a watercolor tool, maybe. Yeah, I don't know exactly how the digital artwork was done, but I do like the not precise coloring. I think it gives it a bit of a flavor. Big fan of that art style. So yeah, I would love to use one of those two answers because I think they're funny, but I'm not sure if it's gonna... I'm gonna go with "Sir, you can't sleep down there" to see what it does. with the hope that I can check under the rag later. No response. He's too still to be alive, says Wisdom. Thank you, Wisdom. I needed you to inform me that this was probably a dead body. Sir, please don't ignore me. Come on, wake up. Or check under the rag. Sir, please don't ignore me. Intelligence, success. If you wish to commune with the corpse in any meaningful way, I suggest speak with dead. Speak with Dead, a 3rd level necromantic spell, allows you to animate a spirit into a corpse and have it answer 5 questions, as long as that corpse retains a suitable vessel. That mainly boils down to still having some sort of mouth, including a functioning jaw. No breathing, no movement, nothing. Oh. Yeah. He's dead. No shit! Charisma. Thanks, Charisma. Okay, what does Constitution have to say about it? So are we? Recently deceased. Well, actually, let's check under the rag, I guess. Gained 5 XP. Underneath, you find a cold corpse of a human. Human, tall and beautiful like yourself, known as the pest of the coast by those who are less inclined to reproduce like rabbits. Alright, Charisma. Thinning blonde hair, unkempt facial hair. Okay. Wisdom. The DC, difficulty class of a dice roll, is determined by how challenging that roll will be for you. If you select a dice choice, you then roll a 20-sided die. If you get the same or higher as the DC, then you succeed on that roll. Oh shit, it's our first dice roll of the game. Intelligence D20 plus 1, and it's a 10D. I can see... interesting. The fact that it's a D20, I feel gives it a lot more variance than... Disco had, for instance. Obviously D&D rules, right? But Disco was 2D6, right? Just a little bit of a lower variance. I'm good with corpses, right? Okay, I'm assuming I can question and then still do the dice roll, right? So let's try that. I'm good with corpses, right? What do you mean? like I've been trained to handle them, right? Oh god, it's a failure. You know exactly what you're doing. Oh no. Oh god. Oh god. We're getting overconfident. Right. I'm mostly dealt with paperwork. A hero is not afraid of getting his hands bloody. Got it. I'm a master corpse craft. Oh, I missed that. Formal training is for people without true talent. Oh my god, this is so funny. What a game. You know exactly what you're doing. Formal training is for people without true talent. You know what? Got it. I am a master corpse craft. Failure indeed. Wait. -2 DC. You believe in your non-existent abilities? It actually works! See, confidence goes a long way, people. That is crazy. -2 DC because I believe in my non-existent abilities. Fake it until you make it. Yep. Alright, well, there you go. First dice roll of the game. Proper one. Let's get it. We should be fine, right? Yeah. I mean, it's a, you know, we have a pretty decent chance of getting it. What would the odds be? 65-ish%? Yeah. Yeah, would be roughly 65%. Alright, let's try. Let's see how the dice roll looks. Oh, it's fine. Hell yeah. Oh, come on! What? So the dice roll was fine, right? We could see, you guys could see most of the dice. Like, you could see the important part of it. So I guess we'll do with that. I wish it was centered. That'd be, you know, better, but there's something strange here. We must look closer. Oh god, what are we doing? Lean in and look closer. Wisdom says harsh scars cover the skin. Signs of being either a hard worker or a careless worker litter is skin. This is intelligent. Make sure to check the back as well. I don't trust intelligence right now. I don't know what we're doing. Try to move the corpse. The moment you touch it, black veins appear over its skin. Uh-oh. Feeling of impending doom comes over you. Your stomach drops. Oh boy, what's happening to us? Constitution. Doom, the lair of a lich. Yeah, the lich. The lair of a lich. Called the Doom? Or is that's what I'm afraid of, the lair of a lich? I'm not sure if the implication here is that the lair of a lich is called a Doom, or if it's in this particular world, or if it's like I'm feeling doom because the lair of a lich is in proximity or something, or we're in it. Lich, an undead spellcaster of immense power, created and sustained by consuming the souls of mortals. They are capable of eternal life, terrifying esoteric might. I'm probably overthinking this doom thing, but that's just me. Consuming the souls of mortals, huh? Oh, we're so dead. Okay. We're alive. But barely. Well, there goes all the apples that I've eaten. This is so scary. Followed by a wave of pain. Necrotic energies. Let go of the damn corpse. Drop it. The moment you let go, the pain subsides. The dark mark on its skin disappear as quickly as they showed up. What a horrific spell, says intelligence. This corpse is cursed by something wicked beyond your power. Yeah, if only we could have seen that before we touched it. You slowly cover up the corpse once more. You need to look deeper into this, says wisdom. Keep an eye out. Intelligence. Alright, I will. Okay, this was our first close encounter with death. I'm curious what happens if you die in, you know, if the game just game overs you. If there's no game over state. Like in if I remember correctly, in Disco you could like die, right? Like I'm pretty sure I died a few times very early in the game when we were trying to get that necktie from the fan, right? I think we died like 5 times in a row or something before we managed to succeed on that first dice roll of the game. We almost did the same thing here. We almost died on the first dice roll of the game, so yay us. I guess some things don't change. We need Kim. We need Kim to help us here. ASAP. What's up, Tioma? What the hell kind of black magic is cast on this thing? It's okay to loot him, right? I mean, we've already done that. Who was this guy? Why is he here? I should stop bothering the corpse now. What the hell kind of magic is cast on this thing? Something horrific. Truly evil, says wisdom. Apparently strength wants to chime in. Whatever it is, do not touch it again. Yeah, I wasn't going to. It's okay to loot him, right? We're asking after we did, but... Dexterity. Yeah. Dexterity is okay with it as a failure. As long as it doesn't wake up or anything. If you can suffer the loss of moral integrity... I feel like we're way past that already. Not like the guy will complain, but don't go around talking about it too loud, okay? Gotcha, charisma. What does intelligence want now? Grave robbing is frowned upon by some, even in these enlightened times. Sounds like intelligence actually approves of grave robbing. Either way, you will not get into any trouble. No one will know. Cool. Because I've done it already. It would have been nice if they reacted to the fact that I've already looted it, right? And be like, why do you ask? Like, you've already took his stuff anyway. Who was this guy? Wisdom says, his hands are calloused. He's built like a sarcophagus. Okay, so this contributes to the idea of whoever mentioned one of the stats mentioned earlier that he might have been a worker. Just a man. A dead man. Failure. Intelligence. Intelligence failing us today quite a bit. Not a good day for intelligence. Why is he here? This is a morgue. A lich house, clearly. Lich house, a mortuary. A holding space for dead bodies. During times of undeath, they're known to be heavily guarded. During times of undeath. That's cool. Like zombies epidemic or something. So they're guarded so that the dead bodies don't come, you know, come back out and kill people. Corpses are kept on cooling in places like this before cremation or burials. Thank you, Wisdom. Well, I should stop bothering this corpse now. What a first scary encounter with something. I hear the Disco's VA in my head all the time when I read any text in this game. Yeah, I don't think it's that weird. I think it makes sense. A divine shrine covered in apples. Engage with it. A shrine of earth. The ruins feel your senses as you approach. Earth. DC 1, your god. I like that. I like that the DC sort of informs you on how common the knowledge is, right? In this case, everyone knows Earth, of course. He's the god of, you know, or one of the gods of this place. Makes a lot of sense that it would be a very easy DC for us, at least, right? The color is faded. This monument is hollow, void of all life and divinity. So yeah, we know strength is our the religious, fervent part of our personality, so it should be interesting. And worse, it's covered in rotten apples. Sacred shrine left in this state? It's an insult to Earth and all of his people. These old things are still around, huh? Are these rare? Can I pray here? Kneel? Move on. Okay. I cite this exact skill check as great narrative design now. Yeah, it's very solid. So the curious part of me wants to click everything, of course, right? We don't really know who we are yet. That makes a lot of sense. I wonder... These old things are still around, huh? Intelligence says a remnant of a blindness and decay. Remnant of blindness and... What an interesting way of describing it. Could you be less cryptic, Intelligence? Sacred shrine left in this state. It's an insult to Earth and all of his people. Indeed. Yet you are very much aware that this is not the worst you'll see. You'll have to fight hard to keep Earth's dream afloat. The city is lost. But it is not yet lost. This is giving me a headache. Remove the apples, leave them be. I mean, our character is designed to be sort of, you know, we're a cleric, we're a follower of Earth or whatever, right? Like, so at this point in the game, it makes sense that we would be appalled by whatever we're looking at, even though our strength is low. I think that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, Philonor, absolutely. It's the same thing as Disco Elysium, right? It's that... I think Disco is really one of the games that made popular that idea of what if different aspects of your personality became characters that you are arguing with, that argue with one another and just drive the narrative forward. I think it's a very cool idea. I think, you know, I'm worried slightly that it's going to be an overused narrative device, as a lot of games are trying to sort of imitate that idea. So in time, I'm worried that it's going to become overused, and especially, you know, when it's done with less mastery of the narrative device, I guess. This game's doing a fantastic job at it, and it's only the second game I've played where you know, after Disco, this is the first Disco-like I've ever played, so it still feels very fresh, and this game in particular I find so far extremely well written, so it you know, it's fine. I'm curious to see going forward how other games doing the same things are gonna feel, right? We'll see. There's definitely a few in the pipeline, so. This is giving me a headache. Politics is exhausting. I know Constitution. It's a shame. It is, though. I agree with Constitution there. And I'm saying that as someone who's obviously very interested in them, but it's just, it gets tiring. Remove the apples or let them be. Yeah, you know what? We're a naive cleric at this point. Let's just follow our instincts of protecting our god, right? Let's remove the apples. Maybe we can grab a few while we're doing that. It does not take long for you to move some of the nasty apples away from the front of the shrine. A small improvement, but big in the heart. Yeah, well, strength approves of us so far, even though it is, again, our lowest stat. I've also noticed, I didn't notice yesterday, we mentioned the fact that every one of my stat was different, but I didn't notice that they were going up in increments of 2. We literally have 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16. I think is a pretty interesting spread. What's up, Risa? Are these rare? No, you will find shrines like this all over Norvik. Can I pray here? To what, exactly? Says Intelligence. There are many gods listening to our prayers, always. Okay, Wisdom. Just remember that they might not respond so clearly. So I can pray to some random god? So it's a waste of time? I'll think about it. I'm tempted to say so I can pray to some random god just to see if Strength's gonna be upset about it. Strength's gonna be like, what do you mean random god? There's only Earth. It's so hot, it is. Yeah. It is close to 35 degrees in my room right now. Not great. In the room, yeah. Yeah, closed window for immersion. Computer, lights, monitors. That's... How are you streaming? You know, you do what you have to do. I've done that every year. Therma, thank you for the tier 1, 54 months. Years, indeed. So many years. Thank you, Atherma. Appreciate the long-term subscription. Atherma, you will be remembered. Enjoy the ad-free experience. Can we start an AC fund? We talk about that every year. We even think about it during winter time. And when they're cheaper, right? And every time I'm like, it's so annoying to have an AC, have a roof window. It's just a pain in the ass. I never get around. And every year I'm like, yeah, when it's like this right now, I'm like, I should probably get an AC. And then 2 weeks later, it's cold as fuck. And I'm like, whatever. I don't need it. Let's destroy the sun instead. Yeah. You start, Risa. I'll join you eventually. Can you do wall changes like a mini split? Not easily, no. It's fine. Why not just a regular standing fan? Oh, I have one. It's right there next to me. I have a Dyson blade, whatever thing. It's fine. But it's just moving hot hair around. Like, it doesn't, you know, it doesn't diminish the temperature of the room. I like to put an ice bowl under the fan. Yeah, I used to do something with, like, I would freeze water bottles, then I would put them in a sort of basket and put that under the fan, like just in front of, you know, so that the cold air would, and it's fine, but it doesn't really change anything. Yeah, it unfortunately barely registers overall. Evaporation of water, yeah, but it's just like, even then, it's doesn't make that big of a difference, sadly. What's the forecast for Switzerland? I saw UK will hit 35 plus. I think similar. Yeah, 35 on Saturday. 35 tomorrow already, actually. Today, actually. It is 31 now, but it hit 35 in the afternoon, apparently. And yeah, it's staying over 30 all week, 34, 35 all week. And the nights are getting higher than 22. Than 20 during the week. So that's the main problem, is during the night, temperature doesn't go down. It stays up. And again, those temperatures don't seem too bad, right? Like, if you're from the US, it's like, that's not that bad. Yeah, sure, but the problem is not outside, it's inside. The lack of AC that makes it an issue. If I had AC, it could be 50 degrees outside, I wouldn't care. I'd be at a cool 23 inside, and I'd be more than fine. Until you saw your electric bill, then you may care. No, of course. I mean, you know, there's no escape to getting fucked. That's, you know, one way or another, a therma. But yeah. Houses are built to retain heat. Yeah, that plays a part for sure. Yeah, that's something I've noticed is, you know, middle of the night, and even when it starts getting colder again after a heat wave, like, I can tell the walls are warm, like the brick walls are, you know, keeping sort of that heat. It's a very annoying. Until next Monday. Yeah, I looked into it yesterday, and 2022, 3, 4, and 5 are the top 4 warmest years ever recorded in Switzerland on average. So the last 4 years are the top 4 highest historically recorded years. And I think it's gonna keep going that way. It's gonna keep happening. We're cooking. Literally. I did not see that, Credo. Yeah. Whatever. Use whatever unit of temperature you want. If it makes sense for you, then it serves its purpose, right? Just remember that even NASA, which is an American branch of the government, uses Celsius. That should tell you something. The smartest people in your country are using Celsius. Think about that. Until they figure a way to bomb Celsius. I use Kelvin like a real intellectual. Yeah. There are positive qualities about both. Yeah, maybe. I'm sure there are. I legitimately, you know, all jokes aside, I legitimately don't care. You just use what you're used to, right? Rico, thank you for the 45 months, tier 1. I appreciate it. Rico Zor, you will be remembered. Thank you. Oh yeah, Macaron, you wrote Kevin. Macaron uses Kevin. I don't know who Kevin is, but I hope it's done with consent. Also, Macaron, have you changed the color of your name? He's cool. Wow, clever. I like the granularity of Fahrenheit. Mm-hmm. Well, I mean, Celsius has granularity as well. We use decimals. But I know what you mean. I get it. We can use decimals too. We're not too far gone. Sure, but with Fahrenheit, you don't really need, like, on a regular basis, right? Like, we use decimals for simple things as our body temperature, right? There's a massive difference between 36 and 37. Like, 37, you're fine. If your body temperature is 37, you're fine. If it's 36, flat, like, you know, you should look into that. And if it's 38, you're in bed with a fever. So, like, we're already using those decimals in a meaningful way, right? Because, like, 36.5 is fine, mostly. 37.3, you start getting a little feverish, you know? But I feel like with Fahrenheit, you don't really need that for something like body temp, right? Oh, you do? Okay, never mind then. Forgive my ignorance. 98.6 was the normal body temp. I figured it was so granular already just based on the scale that you didn't need it, but... There you go. Shows how much I know. Minus 40 is the only thing we can agree on. Yeah, that's a funny little quirk in the scales, right? Kitchen thermometry is all decimals. Yeah, fair enough. Obviously, I like the convenience of 0 being like freezing temperature and 100 being boiling temperature, because water's, you know, pretty important. But obviously, on a, you know, does it really matter on my day-to-day basis? Probably not, right? What's freezing temperature in Fahrenheit? -32. Minus 30. Oh, okay, 32. Yeah. Yeah, see, that literally, that is the only part of Fahrenheit that I'm a little puzzled by, because it feels like freezing temperature is something you use semi-ish regularly, you know, when it comes to like conserving foods and like just water and just in general. But even then, like, it's, yeah, I don't know. It's not like I'm going with a thermometer in my freezer and you know, stuff like that. Which, you know, freezers are at -18 in Celsius, like freezers for food conservation. And a fridge is at 5 degrees Celsius. Like, typically that's the recommended temperatures, 5 or between 3 and 5, I think. So like it's not like commonly you wouldn't use the 0 or the 100 anyway. If I'm boiling water, I'm not thinking in my mind, I'm not with a thermometer in there, oh my god, I can't wait for it to hit 100, right? Like it just doesn't. I just, yeah, when when the kettle stops boiling, that's when the water's ready, right? So it's like on a day-to-day basis, it doesn't matter. Like the only thing that matters is outside temperature. That's the only temperature you really think about. And whether it's 35 or 75, like what does it, it's just arbitrary. Doesn't matter. Now, if you're doing science, then maybe you need to have like precise temperatures for boiling, but it changes for every, it's not, it's rarely going to be about water. I feel like if you're doing science shit, you're going to think about other materials, turning them to gases or liquids, and then it's all random number. Well, not random, but it's all numbers that aren't 0 or 100. So why does it matter, really? All this to say, these arguments about units of measurement when it comes to temperature don't make much sense to me, and I feel like people arguing about them on social media are idiots. Fahrenheit made more sense for judging how comfortable it is for you. Yeah, but I feel like that's also like a matter of what you're used to, simply, right? For me, Fahrenheit means nothing. Like if I'm going outside, I'm like, oh, it's that, or if you tell me it's 65 outside, this means nothing to me. If you tell me it's 30, I'm like, oh, okay, I know exactly what we're talking about. It's just what I'm used to, right? It has nothing to do with one of them being better or not. It's completely arbitrary. I understand there's often the argument about, it's from 0 to 100 in percent of how hot it is. But again, that only translates to you because you're used to that system, right? If you tell me, oh, it's 75% hot, what? Like, that means nothing to me. Like, literally means nothing. It doesn't relate to any, like, experience that I'm familiar with. So yeah, it's just like you use whatever you use, right? Now, when it comes to distances, I feel like those can be a little more, there's a bit more of an argument when it comes to distances. I find feet, inches, and all that very confusing, and weight as well. Like the pounds and ounces and all those things. Those things confuse me, even if I'm like trying to learn them and look how they work. It doesn't feel very intuitive. I think it becomes intuitive when you're used to it, of course, but it doesn't feel as intuitive as, 1 centimeter, 100 centimeters is 1 meter, 1,000 meters is a kilometer, right? There's something very logical there. And then the weights, of course, the grams, the kilograms, and that part I think makes, I would argue that it's more usable intuitively, but again, it might just be because I'm used to it. I don't know. Yeah. What's up, Sinner? How are you doing today? Arose from an arbitrary standard rather than human scale intuition, so it's less intuitive. I don't know if I agree with that, but I guess it's just semantics on what intuitive means, right? But I understand what you mean. People would tend to use inches because it's more intuitive. Centimeter standard is very small, and 100 centimeters a meter is a huge conversion rate compared to inch to a foot. What's up, Kimmy? These cups being different between liquids and solid makes sense for baking reasons. Yeah, but a cup is so weird to me. Like, I never... And that comes from a place of ignorance, by the way, just to be clear. Not judgment. But if I read a recipe and it tells me 2 cups of water, to me that means nothing. I'm gonna look at my cups and I'm gonna... Which one? Right? Like, that's gonna be my question. I know it's a standardized cup over there, but for me, looking at it from the inside, I don't, you know, it means nothing. Who decided that one was the 1 cup? Yeah, I don't know. You buy bolts or screws that fit into nice categories of inches, then try to assume centimeters as your unit of measurement, annoy the hell out of you, vice versa. To use cups, even if I find it confusing, and just pour in the amount of measuring thing he says it's right, yeah. Baking by weight is more reliable, yeah. Yeah, I would agree with that, but... Again, it's a matter of the tools you use, and like, I can't intuitively be like, oh, that's 100 grams of flour. I'm gonna have to use a measuring cup anyway. So if my measuring cup says 1 cup instead of 100 grams, you know, I'm gonna get the same success anyway. So it's all a matter of the tools you use and whatever, right? So ultimately, you know, again, goes back to my point that there's no point arguing. The real annoyance is that there's differences. It's not, there's not a uniform units of measurement throughout the world. The differences is what makes it annoying. Both ways, right? Like, it's not just a matter of like Americans and the Europeans and the UK or whatever. It's just, it's annoying in general. It would be more convenient if everything was the same. But can we just start using grams and kilograms to express the amount of water? I do that. I personally weigh my water. Because I don't have a cup, I don't have a water measuring cup with the milliliters. So I just use a big unmarked jug, and I fill the water to the amount of grams that, you know, equates to the amount I need. Works fine. Yeah. What's up, Pitsy? Just finished this game a week ago. Nice, nice. I just started it yesterday, but as you can see, we've barely made any progress. And then because of Credo, we're talking about units of measurement, so you can imagine this conversation's very quick. Yeah, exactly, Brady. It's very easy, right? 100 grams per deciliters, and that's it. Sounds like a Credo thing to do. Yeah, he's always trying to stir up shit, this guy. That's his job. Stirring shit up. Even does it in his free time. Just for the love of the game. You have the weekly awards thingy? What? What are we talking about? Is that a Twitch thing that I'm not aware of? Next, we'll move on to pineapple on pizza politics. Oh, pineapple definitely has a place on pizza. Whatever. If you don't like it, that's fine. Don't eat it, right? There's no discussion there. Twitch watch streaks, but you win a badge? Is that a new thing they've implemented? I don't care about streaks. I never look at them. I don't even know. We talked about that before, but I don't even remember. I've never seen anyone post a streak in chat. I don't know if that's because you guys know I hate them, so you are sparing me the thing, or it's it's disabled. Okay, yeah. Love it. Very happy with that. I am very happy with that. We had one day with streaks and you turned it off. I don't even remember that. But good. Past Daniel made some great decisions in that regard. What's up, Seraphin? We remember. Okay. I'm shocked they allow you to disable it. No. I'm grateful. That's the adjective I would use. Yeah, I don't know. I don't care about all that fluff. Is it something that's important to you guys? Like, would you feel happier if you had streaks to share with everyone else? You can say yes. I'm not judging. I'm legitimately curious. It's not gonna change my mind probably, but I hate whimsy. I guess my standard for whimsy are higher than yours. Streaks, Pizzi. My issue with it is that Twitch themselves ruined the streaks system. The streaks system involved you actually being here. It does not anymore. You can literally miss the stream, watch a clip, and your streak is saved even though you never showed up. How does that make sense? The streaks is... It's a bad system at doing what it's designed to do. Which is bring people to the live show when it's happening. That's not really what it's designed to do. What it's designed to do is roll more ads. So if you miss the stream, hey, watch that clip to save your streak. And we'll shove 3 ads down your throat while you're doing it. That's what's actually designed to do. And that's why it's working that way. But, you know. I know, Philinor. I'm disgusting. As long as you're getting the money for my streak. Yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, you want to have a streak, subscribe to the channel. And we'll celebrate your streak every month. Some people have lives outside of Twitch. Yeah, okay. Then they don't get to have a streak. That's the point. How rotten is the human brain that you need to watch a clip? Make sure you watch a clip to save your streak. Meaningless number for a channel you don't even really watch. Feeds on the FOMO. Yeah, but the real goal is literally just to roll more ads. It's so that people who missed the show will still roll some ads because they have to go watch a VOD or a clip, right? That's the only reason why it's designed that way. Let's not fool ourselves. It's a system. And as soon as you build a system, you can exploit it because it's reliable. It becomes dependable. It becomes regular. And as soon as something is regular enough, you can exploit it. Because it's consistent. It's dependable. How are you today, Timmy? Good to see you. I was annoyed when I lost quite a few of the 100+ streaks while Twitch was having issues. Gave up after that. Some creators like you announce resubs and streak. No, I get that. Yeah, plenty of people like to thank people for streaks, and I get it. I understand the idea. Hey, you've been around that many streams in a row. Thank you for always showing up. I don't feel like the little number is necessary, if that makes sense. You know, and maybe it reminds the creator to thank people, and maybe I could be doing a better job at doing that, you know, thanking people for being there. But I notice, you know, I don't need you to have a number for me to notice when you're there and when you're not, and you know, If you haven't been around for a while and you come back, I'll be like, hey, I haven't seen you in a while. How's it been going? And if you're there every day, I'm noticing it. I might not be thanking you personally every day for it, which that's, you know, maybe a problem, but I'm definitely noticing it. And then there's all the lurkers, which obviously we don't really see in chat, but we're very happy to have them watching and listening. Would they share streaks, and maybe that's the sort of, you know, little gratification they get? I don't know. I don't understand. I don't know. It's something that's very alien to me, that streak system. I never cared about it. Sometimes I see, oh, I have a streak on this channel. Wow. But if I lose it, it's completely meaningless to me. I don't know. Now I understand, you know, if you have like 100+ streak and you're happy to share it whenever it happens, and then you lose it because the power was out today or your internet was out or whatever, right? And being able to save it, I understand why it's a feature that was requested. I understand why people enjoy that feature. But at the same time, it feels like it's just... in a weird way, I feel like it's making the feature meaningless. Someone could have a 100+ streak and never have watched a live show. I'm sure it's a minority, but it's a, you know. Yeah, Therma. Duolingo saves your streak when you miss a day so you don't get overly discouraged. It's also to prevent people who lose their streak from not showing up again out of frustration. Yeah, but... And am I too old? Because here's my thought when I read that, Engtar. It's like, if you stop showing up because you lost your streak, why were you even showing up in the first place? Happened to me with Wordle? Okay, hold on. I feel like that's different. Because Wordle's a game. You're playing the game. You're getting streaks because you're playing the game. That feels a bit different. Right? Like, your streak is sort of I'm consistent at the game. I'm putting in the work, right? It means something. There's something meaningful there in that. Same with Duolingo, kind of like, oh, I'm training every day, I'm being consistent. It's like hitting the gym every fucking week, right? Like, you have 5 days a week you need to be in the gym, you're hitting it every time. You know your streak is ongoing. There's a regularity that's not just rewarding for the number, but that's showing the effort you're putting in. I don't feel like it's the same thing when it comes to Twitch viewership, though. That feels different, right? You show up to the stream because you like watching the show. And if one day you don't want to watch the show, you don't watch the show. It's fine. It doesn't translate to, you know... No, I understand that it's the same methods. I understand that it's the gamification of engagement, which is a very big thing, obviously. But that's why the question becomes, if you miss your streak on a Twitch channel and you stop watching the channel because of that, were you actually watching because you enjoyed the show? I feel like that's very different than, oh man, I was so good at going to the gym and now I missed the gym for a week, I wasn't regular, I feel discouraged because I've lost progress. Like, there's something actually meaningful in those missed sessions of training and you know. I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong there. But I do feel like, you know, I don't know. I'm an old man yelling at clouds. It's fine. Yeah, there's no endgame person, right? There's no progress for you as an individual. You don't come to my Twitch stream to learn something. There's no requirement. Your regularity does not make you better at watching Twitch. Like, there's no reward for you. Outside of, Colette mentioned there might be, like, you get a few extra points or whatever. But, like, all that is meaningless, right? Even, like, the daily login in a video game makes more sense to me because you're getting rewarded for it most of the time. Those are items you can actually put use after that or whatever, right? But, yeah, no, I mean, for Duolingo, it makes a lot of sense. I actually think it makes sense. There's nothing better to learn a new skill than doing it a little bit every day. Nothing better. In that sense, I think Duolingo having streaks is actually conducive to people learning languages better. I'm sure they don't implement that for that specific reason. It's just a nice side effect. The reason is just that, you know, more people log in every day, and that's something they can advertise to their shareholders and advertisers, right? But it in fact does have a real positive effect on learning. So in that case, I think that's meaningful. But yeah, no matter what anyone tells you, showing up daily to my stream every day will not make you a better viewer. You're not going to be better at watching the show. The only thing that will grow and get higher is my appreciation for you. And that happens with or without a little number next to it. Most of the time. Why are you mad at me? Don't be mad at me. Is this why you don't talk to me anymore? Because I don't show up? Well, first of all, I'm talking to you right now. Second of all, you don't want me to answer that question, probably. On the public live stream. Dan has responded to 0 of my handwritten letters. I've responded to exactly how many handwritten letters I've gotten, Bitsy. If the number is 0, look inward. But yeah, anyway. Speaking of which, my streak of not making progress in the game's getting higher right now. So let's play a little bit, shall we? Yeah, another half hour and I can open the window. Jesus. My primary goals with these streams is usually to make stupid jokes. So your ultimate sign of success would be timeouts. Can we actually measure that? Are timeouts... Yeah, person has 0 timeouts. Deletions don't get counted, which I think would be great. It would be great if deletions were accounted for, but it's not. Timeouts are. Person has 0. Timmy has 8. That checks out. Oh, that checks out. Kimi has 8 as well. Although hers are not for jokes. They're for when I need vacation from Kimmy. Risa has 1. Pitsy has 8 warnings? No way. No, 1 warning. My bad. Oh, I think we were testing. It was JC warning you. I'm assuming it means you were. It was when the feature was first implemented, and we maybe were talking about it, and you asked for testing it or something. What's even a warning? It's something the mods can do, and then you have a box on your chat that you need to click, like, I acknowledge the warning. I've instructed my mods not to use them, because I don't think they're meaningful. Anyway. Let's go back to talking about the gods in the video game, shall we? There are many gods listening to our prayers, always. Just remember that they might not respond so clearly. So I can pray to a random god, question mark? I'm willing to bet Strength is gonna have something to say about that. You may pray as you wish, says Wisdom. Okay, apparently Strength doesn't have anything to say. There is an internal element to it that is underappreciated. Okay, Wisdom. Wisdom approves of prayer. Thinks it's underappreciated. Okay. Let's kneel. And start praying. That's my favorite monster flavor. Rehab. But they don't make... they're not available here anymore. Certainly not white, because white's for basic Instagram girlies. You know. White monster's the normie monster. It's for the people who have no personality. What stats did you go with? Wisdom first. Constitution second. Intelligence third. Then Charisma, Dex, and Strength. And it goes from 16 to 6 by increments of 2. Like literally 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6. Not by design, it just happened to end up on that. With the choices I made, so... Yeah. What do you think about Mango Monster? Never had it. Alright, let's pray. The Shrine of Earth. The shrine towers over you. You feel small. Thank you, Constitution. Not something that happens to me very often. Well, okay. I'm not gonna rephrase that. I'm standing by it. Love mango in general? Yeah, mango's pretty good. Never had Monster? Don't change that. It's disgusting and it's bad for you, so. Never had an energy drink? That's wild, but props. Props to you. Probably good. Do not drink caffeine and all those other things. Even coffee gives me the jitters. Yeah, me, it doesn't do much for me. And like, I presume it's doing something, but I don't feel the effects of caffeine unless... The only times in my life where I felt the effects of caffeine, like, in a meaningful way, was when I was taking crazy loaded pre-workouts with like 400 milligrams, you know, like the daily dose, but in one go. in like crazy pre-workout. That I would feel, you know, a little like skin sort of. I don't know how to describe it, but it's like you feel like your skin is jittery. I guess that's the word, right? Tingly, yeah, exactly. And I'm not even sure it's because of the caffeine, actually. I feel like it might be because of other, you know, kind of stuff they put in there. But yeah, like I can drink energy drinks and I don't really feel anything. I don't know if it's because I'm just used to it. I don't know if... Yeah, for me, it feels like it doesn't really have an effect, is what energy drinks, coffee, and all that feels to me. But depends on genetics. Maybe, you know, how much tolerance you have to caffeine you've built over the years. I don't know. Maybe I should stop drinking any caffeine for a while, and then I would notice the difference. Maybe it's one of those things. Yeah, Ankthar. Yeah, the stimulant ADHD interaction's always interesting. Favorite energy drink is Balls. I remember when Balls was mega advertised on like MMA stuff back in the day because of the name. I remember, I'm pretty sure Balls was like partner with the UFC or something like 20 years ago. I haven't heard of that since then though. I didn't even know it still existed. Oh, was it also? I think it was partnered. Maybe it wasn't the UFC. Maybe it was MLG, Major League Gaming, had a Balls partnership. Yeah. I think that was it. Not the UFC, but MLG. I was watching those things. I remember watching those things around the same time. So I conflated the two. What's up, Malachaz? How are you doing today? One of the first energy drinks in Norway. My first energy drink was a standard Red Bull. And I thought I was doing something illegal. Because it was like... I remember there was this paranoia around Red Bull being really bad for you. And then, you know, the whole urban myth of bull sperm being in Red Bull. And like those things we were hearing when we were kids back in 1993 or something. And yeah, my first Red Bull, 1993, I think it was. Maybe 94, when I was in middle school. There was this little store near the middle school I was going to. We would come back from... We would walk from the location of the middle school building up the village. We would walk up a little, you know, path up a hill to go to the train station where then the train would bring us home. And it was always like a 20-minute window before the train arrived. And we could walk alongside the railway, to a little store, a little corner store that had Haribo candy sold by the unit, you know, gummy bears and Smurfs and all those things. And it had Red Bull as well. So that was the thing I would buy every time we went there. 1 Red Bull and about 10 Smurf gummies, right? And we, you know, walking alongside the railway. It was very dangerous. Like, there were trains going on those things, but we would just walk right next to the railway. It was a different time. We didn't, you know... I don't think we fully understood the dangers of those things, and nobody was warning us about them. That was before social media and the internet showed us the effects of, you know, trains hitting people. Like, we knew it was dangerous. We were just not too thoughtful of it. Yeah, don't do that. No, don't do that, for sure. Yeah, that was my first experiences with Red Bull. I'm talking about it like it was some hard drugs that I was going to my dealer to find. There are no trains, just schedules. Yeah, in Switzerland, train schedules are very well respected. Yeah. I think when I was a kid, we had a general disregard for the dangers of a train. I've told the story before, but we had a railway in my village where I lived. We were playing on the rails daily. That was a thing because there were snails hiding behind the sort of the wooden planks and in the little rocks they put on there. We were playing on those rails every day. Finding snails and just playing with them, and then whenever we would hear the what do you call them, like the things coming down and the general alarm, we would just move away and let the train pass and go back on the rails. In fact, I mentioned my buddy, one of my best friend when I was a kid, lived in the train station because his dad was working for the train company and he was taking care of the station. That was his job. And his bedroom had a roof, like a window that led to a little roof that was over the what you call the place where you wait, the dock, not the dock, the god damn it, why can I not, I always forget that word. That's the one word every time I'm thinking about it. No, not the station, the actual place where you wait for the train at the station. In French we say un quai. The platform, thank you. So it was a one platform train station, right? Just one railway, one platform, that's it. But the roof you could access from the window of his bedroom was just above the platform. And we would literally go sit on that roof during the day, just playing card games or just hanging out and drinking Coca-Cola and talking about the world and whatever, doing kids stuff on that platform. And the cables, the electrical cables that the trains were using were at arm's length. We could have grabbed them. And nobody ever, told us, don't go on that roof, don't do, don't put yourself in danger. If you were to roll down and fall from that roof, you would be right on the fucking train railway. Imagine, I don't know, you roll down when the train's coming in. So dangerous, and somehow it never is something that crossed our mind. No, not as far as I know, Macron. No, it's just, it was a very small station, very small village, but there were trains every hour. And yeah, it was just not considered something dangerous. Yeah, no, Malichas, same. The shit we were doing in the woods and climbing rocks without any sort of safety and just... It's a miracle. It's a miracle we didn't hurt one another. I've told the story before of us digging traps with spikes at the bottom. Like... making spikes out of wood, wood stakes, and then putting them at the bottom of a hole we dug where we thought our friends were gonna pass that day because we wanted to trap them like we were in Vietnam, But yeah, no, nobody ever got severely hurt or anything. That's a blurry. Being a child in the 80s and 90s, what a different time. Just fun guerrilla warfare between friends, exactly. No phones, no internet. Just going home at sunset for dinner, right? That was the rule. Or you would hear one of the moms screaming all through the village. You could hear the screams from so far away. That was time to go back home, They remove a lot of roundabouts from a lot of playgrounds here. Safety is sometimes taken too far. I don't want kids to get brain damage, but I think getting hurt by your own stupidity is an important learning experience. Yeah, I think it feels like this is more of a responsibility thing. Back in the day, a kid get, obviously everyone's unique, every parent's unique, but most of the time when I was a kid, someone would get hurt on one of those things. Whatever, they'll teach you a lesson, right? In this day and age, someone breaking a leg or hurting themselves, and then the parents go after the fucking town or whatever, and then it becomes a whole legal nonsense. I don't know, maybe that's me, old man, yelling at clouds, but it feels like that's sort of a thing that would be more frequent in this day and age in a lot of places. Kids now aren't dying, but are they really living? Listen, it's good that less kids get hurt. I'll just say that. Just to be clear, I'm in favor of kids getting less hurt. As someone who taught kids for 10 plus years, and we had a lot of those roundabouts and all kinds of, engines of death around the school. I had to deal with a lot of injuries and shit. And then parents. I'm very happy that kids are getting hurt less. But are they really living? Are you really living your best childhood if you're not running into a field of cows and bulls and shaking a red t-shirt because you think you're a toreador and you want to do some you want to kill a bull with your wooden sword? Are you really living? I'm speaking from experience, by the way. Riding a bicycle without a helmet? Yeah, exactly. I've never once in my life rode a bicycle with a helmet. Not once. I haven't rode a bike in years. But, it just wasn't a thing when I was a kid. They do it with real bull. Oh, yeah. I mean, when I was a kid, I would go into, we would literally walk in to the field where the cows and the bulls were being kept, and we would just, literally shake red t-shirts because we thought that would attract them to charge us, like we've seen in the movies. We were wild little kids, let me tell you. Now I want to make a video game about growing up in the 90s as a young teenager. I want to make a disco style RPG about teenagers living in the mid 90s, where all the stuff you do around your village and all those crazy games are sort of imagined as being more than they are, right? It's like, oh, we're just playing with friends in the woods, but like in the minds of the kids, and the game shows the two perspective. It's like actual war, like it's actual, battlefield, and everything feels so real. And in reality, it's just people aiming at each other with sticks. Yeah, I know mixtape is apparently something about like nostalgia, 90s nostalgia. I maybe want to play that on my birthday. I know it has similarities, but we'd have actual wrestling matches during recess, jump from things. Yeah, for sure. I power bombed many a kids when I was younger, either in snow or in mattresses or pile of hay, or I was quite the power bomber when I was a teenager. Had a helmet for the world's smallest four-wheeler and then dirt bikes. My dad could pick up my four-wheeler and put it on the rack of his. That's lovely. Pushed each other off snowy cliffs. The cold yet soft snow below. Yeah, or piled the snow in your hands so hard that it became a fucking ice block and then threw that at each other. What do you, how do you call that in English when you take like a bunch of snow and you smush someone's face with it? You don't throw like a ball, but you know. In French, at least in Switzerland, we call that un savon, a soap. That's what we call that. I don't know where it came from, but yeah. We call that a soap. You know? And I remember a friend of mine doing that to me when I was a kid. We were, again, coming back from middle school, got out of the train that I mentioned earlier. It was snowy. One of my friends got out of the train earlier than me, took some bunch of snow, and as soon as I put a foot outside of the train, smushed my face, went really hard with it. And I remember being like, oh, yeah, you think, you know, you're gonna get my revenge. Grabbed his head in a headlock, his head under my arm, and bulldogged him. If you know wrestling, you know what I'm talking about. A bulldog. Ran with it, you know, ran forward with his head in my, under, you know, in a headlock, face down. And he had to run after me because I was holding his head. And then jumped down a little, jumped down a little slope full of snow. And literally, I planted his face down in the, you know, full down in the snow. It was, I still remember vividly how satisfying that felt. And just, you know, having a good time laughing about it, of course. There was no actual, like, hard feelings there. We had a word for it, but I forget since I haven't lived near snow for 18 years. Einsifen in German? A snow wash. Lumipesu. Okay. I probably pronounced that very poorly, but... Anyway. Sorry for that very long tangent of childhood memories. For those of you watching on YouTube, I'm sorry. If you're hearing this and you've listened to the whole thing, you're a real one. Drop it in the comments below. I'm a real one. Warren, let me know if it ever happens. Anyway, back to the praying, shall we? You can tell how little I care about about praying. I keep getting interrupted. The shrine towers over you. I feel small. To cast spells, you must first prepare them at shrines. Prepared spells can be cast when the cleric has a reason to do so, either in or out of dialogues. Each cast expends one spell slot of the corresponding level. Okay, so I can pray, I can ask what gods are there, I can prepare spells, and I can ask, wait, can't I heal here? Through divine assurance or something? I was amused showing up 2 hours into the stream, find you were apparently only about 3 steps from the starting location. Yeah, we started there. That's the start of the game right down. Wait, can you not see my cursor? Hold up a minute. Oh, there it is. Yeah, that's where we started. Down there. We can? Oh, I was moving it so fast that the monitor, which is lower resolution and lower frame rate for, you know, not waste resources, doesn't show because I'm moving it too fast. Anyway, all right, we're gonna have to do some things here. I'm gonna open my window really quickly if you don't mind, and I will be right back, and then we'll finally make some progress in the video game. I want to get out of this place today. That'd be great. What's up, Saladino? It is window time indeed. I'll be gone 30 seconds. Not a second more. Don't go anywhere. I'll be right back. Oh no, what have I done? I clicked a button on accident. Apparently the numpad does pick options for you. Alright, I'll have to remember that for the future. I need to first click out of the game and then I can use my numpad. Okay, noted. Anyway, it's fine. I was gonna ask that question anyway, so it works. I'll be right back. All right, thank you everybody. Sorry about that. Let me quickly click outside of the window of the game so I don't accidentally press anything else. I forgot to mention, but yesterday I saw my first mosquito. First outside the window, I could see it on the net. I was like, oh, that's my first mosquito. I may have mentioned that on stream, maybe. I don't remember. And then saw the first mosquito inside the room much later in the night. First of the year. I thought I was... I even mentioned yesterday on stream that, oh, I haven't seen mosquitoes yet. So great. I guess just mentioning them made them, you know, show up. Anyway. So I accidentally asked a question I was gonna probably ask first anyway. Wait, can't I heal here through divine assurance or something? Not precisely, says Wisdom. The gods do not usually grant divine interventions for minor injuries. Intelligence success. Do you think they care? Nah. If you want healing, you have to do it yourself. Gods in this world are American politicians. Noted. Wisdom says, with the power channeled through Earth. Yes. Okay, interesting. So, Wisdom is like, I mean, you're healing yourself, but you're using the powers of a god. Which Intelligence doesn't seem to agree with. Come on, is it really channeled? The guy's dead, faded, gone. You're more likely simply handling some esoteric leftovers, smudged on the strings. So Wisdom... Wisdom believes we're still using the power of the gods. You know, to heal ourselves. Intelligence seems more pragmatic. More, you know, it's just... Intelligence is linked, from the descriptions we had at the beginning of the game, intelligence is linked to the wizard. The idea of the wizard. Which seems to be less religious and more like, this is my own power. I'm creating this, right? It's not some random god. Very, like, egotistical vision of magic, whereas Wisdom is more like, yeah, no, the gods, or, you know, we're borrowing from the gods, basically. I like this sort of argument between them. So if I do it and prove that it works with Wisdom, is Intelligence going to be upset? Or is it just going to think that I did it? Oh. So 1d20 plus 5, but the DC is 14. Plus 1 because I'm exhausted. Minus 3 because I removed the apples. Okay. Well, we have to, right? it feels like we kind of have to. Let's go for it. Ooh! Let's go! First successful dice roll of the playthrough. Always a good time. That's a white wolf. You focus your mind on Earth's symbol, his red eye. And you remember the words. Chant, watch upon me, Earth, shepherd of his folk. You're filled with a spirit of nostalgia and power, says wisdom. Let me pick up the burden. Lend me your strength. Oh! You feel reinvigorated. 8 HP straight up. Damn. Okay. That was very good. Wish I could do that more often. This is it. This is a prayer of healing. Memorized prayer of healing. Fuck yeah. Gained item prayer of healing. Yes, indeed. Sadly, you are unable to cast second level spells at this time. Wait, I just did, no? But it won't be long until you will be. What? I just did it! What do you mean I can't? Yeah, I guess it was nothing short of a miracle. All right, let me pray first. Or, you know, I'm gonna ask what other gods are there. Many, you know a few, says wisdom. Earth, the father of Norvik. Asgal, Ashmask. Oh, that's a cool name. Asgal, Ashmask. Asgal, Ashmask. Tokig, the gambler. Bulba, the last titan. Bulba, the last titan. What a name. What about Asgal Ashmask? Wisdom says Asgal Ashmask was a dwarven god of exiles and egalitarianism. It makes sense that the party of workers, you know, there was this whole thing about Asgalian party of workers. The fact that it was a dwarven god, you know, you typically in fantasy, the dwarves are pretty laborious, right? Industrial little fuckers. I think that's pretty interesting. Do you want me to point out interesting language tidbits, or will it pull you out of the game? I don't know what you mean by interesting language tidbits, so I can't really answer that. You were drawn to that option first? Yeah, because the Asgalian thing was mentioned in relation of wisdom, right? Wisdom's my main skill, so that's why I went there first. Also, Ashmask is a pretty cool name. Oh, shit! I clicked on a button. I clicked on space, and it accidentally, my hand hit the space bar, which we don't want that to happen too often. Asgal Ashmask, a dwarf of a low caste, born deep in the Lechem Miraz tunnels. When he attained divinity in 443 AE, crushed the kingdoms and formed the Asgal Folkhem Forge. On his death in 470 AE, a great civil war broke out, resulting in the exiling of all of his followers to the surface. But his influence was felt all around the undercoast and above, as his exiled dwarfs spread Asgalism to all corners of yore. His followers do not pray him, for he is not even seen as a god by most. That's interesting. Folkhem, mention of almost like Folkheim, right? The place where the folks live, home of the folks, which I'm probably what it means, right? Like the home of the folks, and that's the forge. So something very again like close to the people, which fits with the whole workers union kind of thing. What about the Undercoast? Teach me about that. Charisma says the Undercoast is a nickname for the undersea coast. Oh, I'm assuming underground tunnels that the dwarves are using as a home, right? The undersea coast, the gravity reversed cavern, sea, and archipelago, right underneath the coast. Dig down far enough and you'll end up passing through the gravity flip. And then you can make the climb in the Undercoast. That is crazy. Gravity reversed? I wonder what it feels like to pass through the gravity flip. I'm imagining something like that Stranger Things episode where, they go through the ceiling and it just flips them over. Yeah, this is really cool. What's up, Nero? Home of the folks, land of the dudes. Yep. All right, good bit of lore about Asgal Ashmask. Big fan. I wonder if is the Ashmask name what I feel like the name comes from. It was probably maybe not his real family name. Maybe it's because he's working in the mines. I'm assuming there's a lot of dust and coal and whatnot, right? So working at the forges, the suit I think it's called, and everything on his face, ash mask, because his face is covered with soot and all that. That could be why he bears that name. Interesting thought. How about Earth, Father of Norvik? Suits is not pronounced like suit, or like foot. Soot? Oh yeah, soot. Thank you. Soot. That makes sense. Not a word you use very often. What about Earth, Father of Norvik? Earth is dead. Dead gods do not speak. Seems like Strength has something to say to Constitution about that. You've devoted your life to follow in his footsteps. I was thinking maybe they'd get into an argument, but no. They seem to be okay with that. There's always that mention of Earth being dead. Also, Constitution seems obsessed with death, by the way, which I find very particular. Tokig the Gambler. Let me guess. That's gonna be Dexterity's god. Oh, or maybe Charisma. Charisma it is. Makes sense. A trickster, the type of god only famous for his ridiculous ploys. Tokig the Gambler is often seen as a silly goblin myth, says Wisdom. Tokig the Gambler, a trickster goblin who united the tribes of Ascani during the Divine Era, most famous for cutting off his right hand to fulfill a prophecy. Okay. Interesting. The lore of this game is really, really, really cool. In truth, there are a few goblins who still worship him after the conquest. Praying to Tokig would, if for some reason you would get a response, only result in the exact opposite of whatever you wanted. Oh, Tokig, I wish to be poor forever. I wish to never win the lottery. I wish to die young. And never find our one friend. which is our background information. I'm assuming we will just not get a response, right? How about Bulba, the last Titan? First of many, a beast of yore. Charisma says the beast of yore is a term for those creatures invited by yore during the Gate era. Essentially a term for all the extremely old and ancient creatures across the coast. It's interesting that he's called the last Titan, but it says first of many? Are there several last Titans? Been playing the lottery for years, and I ain't winning. Want to stop, but I know my luck. With my luck, my numbers would come up when I stop. That is called the gambler's fallacy, also known as sunk cost fallacy in this case. But I get it. I understand. What you could do is you tell your lucky numbers to someone you trust that's already playing the lottery. You tell them to play it for a little bit, and then you stop. And if they win, you split the winnings. That's how you game the system. What is the Gate era? Wisdom says the Gate era is the first of our 5 eras. When Yor crafted his realm, the gods fought to bring order. That was the Gate era. Intelligence has more to say about this. The Gate era is the legendary conflict between the beasts of Yor, the original gods, and the many others who tried to take over Yor towards the end of the Gate era. We have little information about this conflict, but it is known it led to the closing of the gates and began the Fade era. I'm really curious about the gates now. But was that like, were creatures coming out of the gates? Term for those creatures invited by Yor during the Gate era. A term for extremely old and ancient creatures across the coast. But then, okay, so we have Beast of Yor, and then we have Beasts of Yor. A term for the sentient folk who aligned with Yor during the Gate era, also known as the Antisepalian folk. Most are gone today. I believe it refers to the same thing, but this is like an individual Beast of Yor, what it is, and then that's just the people in general. I don't know. An era is, according to intelligence, modern scholars divide history on Yor into 5 eras. They use canonically important events as starting points for these eras, although this was easier when the arcanists of old Dimenor still had a common consensus. Not everyone agrees the so-called post-war era, which I believe is the era we're in now, PE, right, has even begun, let alone what it should be called. Okay, so there's disagreement on the post-war era. Some people still believe we shouldn't be in that. It's interesting. What's up, Friar? Tell me more about the post-war era. The current era has lasted 27 years. The name was chosen in reeds, and it is subject to change. Oh shit, I can click on Dimenor. Okay, Constitution's telling us of Bulba. But yeah, let's ask about Dimenor first. Dimenor is the arcane era name for reeds. Often referred to as Old Dimenor, the name was changed by the Free Striders, revolutionaries, to mark the end of the old magocracies? Magocracies. Yeah. Theocracy, magocracy. All right, and then they call it Reeds. So Reeds is where the Free Striders led a revolution from Old Dimenor to the modern Reeds. Free Strider, the new way. Dexterity is very excited about that. People in the East have overthrown the old wizards and gods. For years, the revolution has slowly crept into the city. Now it's time to finally join the free cities and get rich. The Free Cities is a collection of city-states in Reeds, all united under the golden banner Free Striderism. Norvig will join them one way or another. According to Dexterity, at least. This is a lot of information. This game doesn't hold off on the lore. That's for sure. Reeds, one of the 8 bands along the coast. It is a temperate land of lowland and many lakes, commonly seen as the homelands of humans. Large portions are still cursed, holding entire undead cities, eternally burning valleys, and floating mountains. Still cursed. I wonder something about the wars, maybe? Before the revolutions and all that? That led to undead curses and all that. But apparently now it's the, you know, the way where humans... Basically a new human realm. After they got rid of the old wizards. Yeah, the history of this world seems pretty complex. I'm not going to be able to remember everything, but I'm sure we'll build an understanding over time. So the world used to be controlled by wizards. And now it's going a little more towards some sort of democracy, less of like a theocracy or magocracy in this case, yeah. And I'm assuming that's why the elections are in 5 days. We're finally going to decide which type of government is going to lead the world, right? And everyone wants to gain control. And we might be instrumental in whatever's going to happen there. Okay. It's all starting to sort of make sense, right? We're currently in an anarchist type situation, I would assume. No real government of any kind. Or at least several governments battling for power. Alright. Cool, thank you for the history lesson. Let's go back to Bulba. Bulba, the last titan, the last of the titans, fought against dragons in Vurgeny, died in a Heishi swamp. His corpse spawned many monstrosities across the coast. Vurgeny, according to intelligence, was one of 8 bands along the coast, an upland of crags, marshland, and gravity-defying mountainous terrain, home of the giants, shamanistic humans, and tribal gnome folk. Okay, so we have Vurgeny, Reeds, that at least I know of. Starting to get an idea of the geography as well. Thank God we have a codex that, you know, remembers all those things. We'll be able to consult it when we are a little lost. I do like the idea of, you know, a huge titan dying, maybe when he was battling against the dragons. And then his corpse spawning monstrosities across the coast, you know, like that one corpse. Feels very like cosmic horror-esque a little bit, right? Something about a gigantic creature dying and therefore spreading some sort of sickness or curse. Feels very Nier. Nier had themes like that. I believe the idea behind Nier as a spin-off of Drakengard was because a war between giants and dragons or something, and one of the giants passed dimensions and ended up in the real world and decomposed, and the result of that decomposition contaminated humans with, you know, some sort of sickness, which is what led to the world being what it is in Nier. I always find this very fascinating. WoW 2, I think. Yeah. Yeah, lovely fantasy sort of concepts right there. All right, let's continue. It seems like Constitution wants to talk to us. Behemoths who raged across the coast. In his name, we celebrate the eternal hunt. All right, learning about the gods. Very happy. I'm done. So you are. Wait, that was what other gods are there, right? Yeah. Let's pray. How about that? Staring at the chiseled monument, you focus your mind. You take a deep breath and begin your prayer. And tranquility. Contemplate the tea shop. Contemplate the election. Contemplate your class. Can I return here when I have more things to think about? Okay, lovely. So this seems to be like kind of... It reminds me a little bit of the Cabinet of Thoughts, where you sort of like introspect about the things you have to do and all that. Yeah, let's contemplate the tea shop, see what happens. You'll let your mind go through the basics of what you know. The tea shop was destroyed in the middle of the day. Minor injuries were reported. Your goal is to enter the tea shop and investigate it properly. That is it. Yeah, obviously we just started, so we're not gonna know very much. Let's contemplate the election. The first election. Your vote won't matter. Your vote will be the most important of all. Ask those around you what they will vote for, and you might find your own voice along the way. I like that sort of duality between the vote doesn't matter and it's also the most important of all. I don't know if that's what's implied, because it could be something else. Like there could be some subtext that I'm not fully getting yet. You know, it could be something mysterious, or it could be it won't matter. It won't just matter. It will be the most important of all. Or it could be simply the idea that, yeah, I mean, your vote doesn't really matter, but also it is the most important of all, like every other vote, right? Who knows what exactly is the subtext here? I don't know yet who I'm gonna vote for. We'll have to talk politics with people and see what they think. Let's contemplate our class, shall we? Identity is not easy. Oh, man, that's true. It's everything, from faction to home life to street. What you choose might be a first step. Choose wisely. Okay. Well, so far I'm a cleric. Can I return here when I have more things to think about? Always. You are the only one who is always there. No one ever answers your prayer. Thing. And it's funny because that's kind of what the point of prayer is, right? Even looking at it from someone who's not particularly religious, you know, the prayer is more about just what you find within yourself, I think. I don't know. I feel like even when I have conversations about this stuff with Christians, they do seem to also believe that, you know, like the faith is more about the internal sort of conversation more than actually hoping that a divine intervention will happen, right? So yeah, it's pretty interesting. I like that. So me forgot 20 minutes ago. What, you mean the healing prayer? I mean, you know, I don't know if it's something that came from outside. Again, like our different parts of us argue about that. Seems like wisdom believes in channeling the power of the gods, and intelligence thinks we made it ourselves. So I don't know. Well, let's finish our prayer. So you do. Oh, you do so. Sorry. Misread that. Let's prepare spells. Oh boy. Preparing spells. To the right, you may view a list of all your available spells. In order to cast spells, you need to first prepare them by approaching shrines, which are scattered across the city. For each spell you wish to prepare, fill its empty slot to the right. You may only prepare a spell if you have a spell slot of the corresponding level available. Spell slots. To the bottom left, you may view your current spell slots. Each circle represents one slot, which you may expand to cast a spell. You may only cast spells when there is a use for them. When a spell is castable during specific situations in dialogues, the spell tile button of that particular spell will be lit up. Spell tile buttons can be found next to your spell slots once you have finished preparing your spells. I've said the word spell so much that it doesn't feel real anymore. All right, well, it seems like we only have Cure Wounds. 1d8 plus Wisdom modifier. The Prayer of Healing was 2d8 plus your spellcasting ability modifier. Up to 6 creatures of your choice that you can see within range each regain hit point. Whoa! Okay, that's really good. What a really good spell. Mass healing, basically. Casting time 10 minutes. That's interesting. Components. Still not sure what that is. Might be some specific thing, like D&D thing. I might need to look up D&D rules. Again, I'm not familiar with 5th edition that much. I've mostly played 3.5e, and we were playing a homebrew sort of modified version of it, so it might not even include stuff like that. If it is in fact a D&D rule, I might have to look into my D&D. I'm gonna open a D&D 5 PDF tomorrow tonight after the stream. For me, prayer was a commitment of thought. They come and go usually, but if you find yourself praying for something, it takes root, allowing the inner faith or whatever to grow. Yeah, you know, it's less religious people would call it a mantra, maybe, or a system, right? If you really go, you know, if you really think about it, someone non-religious committing themselves to a project would call it a system, right? It's you trust the system, you show up every day, and you really, you know, just believe that eventually it's gonna do something, lead to something good, right? Or you know, less religious but more like maybe openly spiritual people would call it a mantra, right? Something they repeat to themselves. And but at the end of the day, you know, it's sort of the same thing. It's just different expressions of the same idea of committing yourself to something and believing in yourself, right? Death's Gate Cycle, Weiss and Hickman series. I don't know about it. Interesting. Even as a Muslim, your prayers aren't meant to be answered. It's the time you take to ask for forgiveness or guidance, protection from Allah. Any answers you get comes from within. Yeah. Which, funny enough, it's interesting, you know, seeing all those sort of resemblances. It's to me, it feels very similar to tarot. You know, like tarot readings. The cards don't have a magical power, you know, like, oh, I mean, some people probably believe they do, but I personally don't believe the cards have a magical power, like a supernatural nature to them. But I do believe that if someone does a tarot reading, I will maybe hear things and understand them and internalize them and think about things in a way that maybe allows me to unlock some new thoughts or maybe understand something, because I'm just, it's something that it feeds the internal dialogue, right? Anything that feeds the internal dialogue, no matter what it is, can have a positive, real, very real effect on your path, right, through life. So, you know, it doesn't really matter ultimately, but yeah. It's just different ways of feeding your internal conversation, I think. Whatever flavor of that you choose to believe in, it's all fine. Install BT. Oh yeah. You can. Yeah, if you want to make sure you can still see messages that get deleted, you with an extension you can do that. Oh, you're on phone. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Warren, we cannot refer to that person in that way anymore. Things have changed. She doesn't exist in our world anymore. Yeah. It was a whole thing. Weiss and Hickman did Time of the Twins and a bunch of Dragonland stuff. Deathgate Cycle was a new IP. Interesting things with magic. Remind me of what's going on here. Right. Yeah, interesting. Yeah, I've always mentioned that in the past, but I'm less of a fantasy nerd than I am of more sort of other subgenres or something that leans a bit more towards sci-fi and all that. So some of my fantasy knowledge is not as extensive as it could be. All right, so if I want to put Cure Wounds, do I just do that? That's it. Now the spell is prepared. Okay. That seems simple enough. Do I have a limit of, like, I know I have 3 uses of them. I just don't know how. I don't have enough spells to know. Oh, maybe I can have 3. I don't know. We'll figure out later in the game. Oh, there it is. That's the amount I can spend, I think. Which I'm assuming might be 1 per level, maybe. We'll see. Right. Okay. And now I can use Cure Wounds 3 times, is my expectation. I need to read a 5e book. Alright, finish. I now possess a healing spell. Lovely. How do I know that I am exhausted? Oh, okay. There's a -1 here. Oh yeah, you can just see it. Okay, I'm assuming that's my level of exhaustion. But there's no other indicator anywhere, like on the character sheet. Outside of looking at the hit points, it doesn't really say you are exhausted. Spend 1 hour to recover, gain 1 d8 HP, and remove 1 level of exhaustion and restore 1 spell slot. After resting, all dice checks are unlocked. Okay, so I need to keep that for important, meaningful moments. I'm not going to use it now. Okay, more apples. A pile of apples. Central apple pile. You stare at a pile of apples. Apples are good for you, says Constitution. These apples are not in pristine condition, says Intelligence. Whose apples are these? Should these be stored alongside corpses? Could I eat my way through this pile of apples? Okay, hold on. Are we letting the intrusive thoughts win? Is that what's happening? Whose apples are these? The only apple farm in Norvik would be the Goblin Garden. These apples are property of the HBWT. Tell me more about Goblin Garden, Intelligence. Goblin Garden, a dwarven-built citadel sitting at the southernmost tip of Tolstad. It is now a goblin sanctuary and a greenhouse. Should these be stored alongside corpses? No, it's a health hazard. Thank you, Intelligence. I agree. Charisma wants to chime in. Of course not, it's nasty. Yeah, everyone agrees on that. Something tells you that no, they should not. Thank you for your input, Constitution. Could I eat my way through this pile of apples? You can certainly try, says Wisdom. It's not really a question of could. It is a question of do you have the time? You know, I think Intelligence makes a good point. Of course you can, but how long is it going to take, right? You can eat your way through anything. It's just a matter of time. You have a feeling it might be worth your while, but only if you push to the end. Oh no, what are we about to do? Wisdom. Please, what are we about? You're supposed to be wise. What do you mean? How is that a success of wisdom? To think it might be worth eating our way through a fucking apple pile. You are not capable of carrying such a tremendous burden. Okay, Strength. But Constitution believes that it would be greatly beneficial. Ability checks. Roll a d20 with your modifiers to get a unique outcome. Oh my god, what is happening? What are we doing, guys? What's up, Resta? What are we doing? +4, you're exhausted. -1, shit. Well, +1 DC. That's a lot of apples. Yes. Very matter-of-facted. Let's remove the bad apples first. Wisdom says, your hands swipe over the surface of apples, carefully plucking away any with signs of spoilage. Been playing this since you came home from work, and now you realize I've made no progress, so you're allowed to watch. Is that it? I'm literally standing 5 feet away from where I started the game yesterday. I am not lying when I'm saying this will be a slow one. Oh, let's go. -5 DC, a lot of bad apples removed. Effortless. Hell yeah. We basically just need a 4 on the dice roll, which as far as I can tell is a 20% or 80% chance of success. My math might be off, but pretty sure about that. Oh wait, is it actually? Because you can't roll 0. Yeah, you can't roll a 0 though, right, Chipmunk? So it's not just ×5, right? You want me to explain the math? I do know. Sure. Sure, explain the math. It's some D&D stuff anyway. I should know that. Because, like, yeah, we have 3 failures and 17 winning numbers, which means it's 85% chance of success, right? I think I'm correct, but yeah, okay. Yeah. I forgot to account for the fact that 0 doesn't exist on the die, but yeah. No, I understand what a DC means. I've played some D&D. I'm not just recently. Can't roll a 0, so it's 5% better than you think. Yeah. People forget about 0 a lot, which is why they skip my turns. Oh, come on, Timmy. You're a 20 in our hearts, Timmy. Is that Riz? Is that good D&D nerd Riz? You're a 20 in my heart. You're a natural 20 in my heart. Is there a D&D? Any single D&D nerd around here that I can try this on? Just to see if the Riz works. My game of choice is Call of Cthulhu. Percentiles are easier to understand. Call of Cthulhu was the first TTRPG I ever played when I was a very young teenager. We were way too young to play that game, but it was the first one we got our hands on. Must have been like literally 10-year-olds, you know, when we first played Call of Cthulhu. Maybe 11 or 12, I don't remember exactly, but it was awesome. My first adventure, I got thrown out of a window by an animated bed. And almost died. And was forever traumatized. You might fumble the baddies. Timmy on the other hand, yeah. All right, well, let's see. Start eating, I guess. God, what are we even doing? This game is already going places that I did not expect. But yeah, thank you, by the way, person, for willing to explain the math to me. But it seems like we got there. But I appreciate you wanting to explain. You use it on a lady, she gives you negative feedback. That's a critical miss. Maybe the DC is just too high, Nero, you know? Some of them ladies out there know their worth. They you know, they put a very high DC in front of you. And it as it should be. Because, man, the bar's way too low sometimes for us dudes. Oh, he washes his butt and, you know, takes a shower every day. That's the bar. Okay. Some of them have a lot of modifiers package. Yeah. So do we all, right, Therma? Yeah. Yeah, no worries, person. I appreciate you asking, though. Yeah, when it comes to like pure details in the D&D rules, I might sometimes maybe ask, like, don't offer it without asking, but I will maybe ask sometimes if there's some like proper D&D stuff that I'm not too knowledgeable about, and if the game fails to explain it, which I'm not sure if it will. It seems that it explains most things you need to know, but yeah, we'll figure it out as we go. The DC is very low and people still fail most of the time. Yeah, that's true. All right, anyway, let's see. Start eating. I'm so worried about what this is. Oh my god. Are we serious right now? I've rolled so low. Every one of my roll has been so low so far. Need to change the dice. I need to get a new dice. Die. You look upon this challenge with determination. It says Constitution. Your stomach is empty. All right, let's dig in. You know what they said? It will only be worth it if you push to the end. So we're in. We're in. Digging in. The first apple goes down the hatch. We got a hit point for it. Nice. Going smooth so far. All right. Another one. Number 2 goes well. You chew it in peace. And now the third. Yep, that sure was an apple. Going smooth so far. I feel like beer meets food. That one was harder. Your stomach fights the taste. Of apples? Come on, I can eat 4 apples without being bored of them. I mean, I get that after a certain time you get, you know, start getting disgusted and everything. 4 apples? That seems low. I feel like I've eaten 4 apples in a row before. Anyone else ever eat an entire apple kernel? Not a fan. I think the central parts sometimes, depending on the apple kinds, it's a little too tough. Not a big fan. Yeah, I mean, that's true to me. I'm not a big fan of red apples, typically. I am much more of a fan of green apples. But I guess the acidity, probably not great. Spat the seeds out toward the stem. I had friends who would... Many friends who would eat apples whole, seeds and all. I don't think it's enough of a quantity. Like, unless you know, go crazy, I don't think there's enough to actually be... don't take my word for it. I don't know what I'm... You know, I don't exactly know. But I've had people eat full apples before, seeds and all, and, you know, nobody ever had anything bad happen to them. Ginger Gold apple a few years ago. It's so good, mixed between Granny Smith and Honeycrisp. I've never had Honeycrisps. I don't think they're very frequent here. I do love Granny Smith. I like the Jazz ones. I don't remember exactly their name. The Jazz something. And there's one variety. Grafenstein? Is that it, maybe? I think the Grafenstein are delicious. They're very acidic. Yeah. But typically green apples, Granny Smith are my favorites. I do like a tart apple. Not too sweet, not too flowery. You know, like some apples have a bit of flowery texture to them. I like them to be very crisp, very crunchy, very tart, very tart. Very acidic. I once tried to eat a whole banana for a dare. I can't recommend. With the peel? I don't think it's... I think eating the banana peel can be... Doesn't it have like hallucinogenic effects? Because it's so heavy in potassium that you actually... you actually start hallucinating or something? People who eat kiwis like apples with fuzzy skin. Yeah, I had an ex who did that. You like it? Power to you. I like to cut them in half and then dig inside the peel with my spoon, which I think is how most people eat kiwis. I know people who eat whole shrimp. Confuses me. Yeah, I think that's pretty common. In Asia, specifically, I think they do cook them full and you eat them with the eyes and head and everything. I don't eat shrimps in general. I definitely wouldn't eat them with their heads, that's for sure. Yeah. Oh, the tails? Yeah. It's fried anyway, right? Most of the time, so who cares? Yeah, Credo, shrimp in general. I'm not a big fan. I'm not a big fan of seafood in general. I like fish. That's about it. I love sushis. But yeah, everything that's more like specific seafood, shrimp, calamari, squid. Yeah, not a fan. Will eat if provided. I won't. Yeah, I won't. I'm just landlocked food opinions. Yeah, I didn't grow up with it. I grew up with fish though. My grandfather was a fisherman. I've told the story before of my grandmother preparing fresh trout just out of the river, frying it in a pan and everything. Loved that when I was a kid. But yeah, other seafood, nah. It's really the only kind of food that I don't eat. I'm not very difficult when it comes to food, but yeah, seafood, not a fan. Listen, if I really didn't have a choice, I would eat shrimp. But yeah. Eating a whole crab in one sitting is glorious. I think it's the shell part that just repulses me a little bit. It's just a water cockroach. It's a huge water cockroach. Anyway, let's keep fighting through those apples, shall we? It's getting difficult. One more should be fine. This is the limit. As you chow down on the apple, you feel your jaw ache. Your hands shake. Apple overdose. Dangerous stuff. No such thing. Come on. I don't know if I trust intelligence there. You feel refreshed for a moment at least. The pile of apples towers over you still. You've barely made a dent. Yes. Eat the apple, apple boy. There we are. I love that my option is feel sick. Alright, let's feel sick. As you feel sick, says Wisdom, you see something sticking out of the piles of apple. A piece of paper? No. It's a spell scroll. Memorized Dancing Light. Ah. The scroll is just for a simple cantrip. Oh well. Interesting that this is a failure. You quickly memorize the scroll, consuming it into your psyche, as you always do. Charisma says, some people at the towers used to fear your innate power to master magic like that. Which is understandable, it's pretty terrifying. Okay. Cantrips are spells that can be cast at will outside of dialogues. They do not consume any spell slots. You can access your cantrips in the bottom right. Very cool. check out the cantrips. Oh, yeah. Dancing light. You create a torch-sized light within range, making it appear as a torch lantern or glowing orb that hovers in the air for the duration. Whichever form you choose, the light sheds dim light in a 10-foot radius. We have a light, guys! Hell yeah! So what I'm not sure about is if the cantrips are a one-time use thing per day or whatever. It did say that I could use them without using a spell slot, but it didn't say I could use it whenever. Evocation cantrip. Casting time 1 action. Category arcane. Range 120 feet. Components BSM. A bit of phosphorus. Ild wood. And a glow globe shard. Oh, okay. So M, I think, is material. Because I remember, I think it was the Speak to the Dead thing. I had an M, and it also said what M. So M is material. I guess V is... verbal. That's what it is. Verbal. Material. So verbal means there's a... I need to speak the spell. Material means there's a... You need an item. And S... I really need to open a 5e book. Yeah, I'm not sure. Okay, logic tells me that V is, you know, M material, V verbal, S would be something about a gesture, right? Like you need to be able to move to cast the spell. But I'm not sure what the word would be. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look at my at a 5e PDF. I'm pretty sure I downloaded a 5e PDF back when I played Baldur's Gate 3. It's probably still somewhere on my computer. Gesture. Yeah, the S is silent. It's gesture. Yeah, that's my thought. That's my thought. Like words, gesture, and materials. But I'm not sure what S refers to directly. That could be related to gesture. Yeah, whatever. I'll figure it out. Oh, yeah, I don't want confirmation. Yeah. I'm just, as always, trying to figure it out. But I'll look it up in a 5e book probably tonight to see if it's the same thing, right? And if it is, then I'll know. And if it's not, then I'll have to figure it out in the game. Yeah. Okay, so I'm still not sure what the cantrips, how the cantrips work. Do I have something in my journal that could teach me how it works? I wish there was a rule book in the game. So So I think what I'll do is I'll use the cantrip whenever I actually need it. Because there's part of me that wants to test it, but I'll wait to have a reason to use it and then see how it works. Pile of apples, yep. Nod to the pile and leave. Okay. Very happy that I got a light spell. That's always nice. How about this then? What is that? Divine scripture where it does not belong. What is this? A great mountain of apple. Oh, that is my strength noticing something. Because it was red, right? Strength is very excited about the great mountain of apple, it seems. Let's trifle with this. Shield of Faith. Memorized Shield of Faith. It is a level 1 spell. Level 1 Abjuration. 1 bonus action, Divine, 60 feet. D, S, and M, a small parchment with a bit of holy text written on it. Concentration up to an hour. Oh, concentration spell. I know what concentration spells are. They can be broken, and then you lose the effect. Yeah. A shimmering field appears and surrounds you, protecting you from damage. For the duration, any loss of hit points is reduced by 1. Let us learn it. Or prepare it, rather. Hey, nice. Okay, so now I have 2. So, okay, it doesn't seem like... I don't know. I don't understand how the preparation... If there's a limit to how many I can prepare. We'll figure that out. But yeah, I do want Shield of Faith. That sounds like a good thing. It says I need a material for it though, which I'm not sure I have, but... Or maybe I can produce it myself? I don't know. I cannot believe we haven't left the room yet. This one looks good. Okay. Yeah. Grab a garden apple. We do need more apples for later. What is this? A very important piece of paper. A voting card? -1 intelligence? The implication there is so funny. Rostkort. Rostkort. I'm working on my Swedish, guys. Rostkort. I can vote for the Nationalist Party of Norvik, the Free Striders Revolutionary Party, the Asgalist Workers Party, the Agrarian Rural Party, the Arcanist Party of Magic, or write in. A scuffed voting card made out to Rung Hemlin, which I'm assuming is me. It's from a dwarven office for some reason, and someone has checked in all 5 parties on the list. You need to bring this to a polling place on election day if your voice is to be heard. Well, and hopefully not checking every one of them. Why is it -1 intelligence, though? Can't equip text here? I can put it here. But why would I -1 intelligence? I don't know. Let's conserve this down there. Oh, I can examine it. I just noticed that. Wait, can I do that with more? No, okay. Examine. You pick up the surprisingly thick piece of paper with a shaking hand. This is your future. Gain some experience. Wisdom says the card is slightly torn and has clearly been drenched at some point. Yeah, well, I mean, we fell into the river. At the top it says Roskort in big, bold lettering. Roskort means voting card in fancy Ashkani Dwarven. Okay, so it's not Swedish. Thank you, Charisma. I don't know Swedish. I wonder if card means like a card, and then Rost means vote, right? A voting card. Roskort. Basically the same, right? Swedish people would say Danish is probably some Dwarven language. I had a few Swedish friends that were notoriously critical of Danish. What's up, Madcan? Thank you, Charisma. You've unlocked a quest branch. Find more by speaking to citizens around Norvik. All right, there's an election. It was nice not to think about it for once. Yeah, no, really. Yeah. I agree with Constitution there. I've never had one of those before. Neat. We've never had one of those before. Neat. We should just get a God King again. Worked great last time. It's time for a damn revolution. How much do you want to bet that if I click, we should just get a God King again? Intelligence is gonna be like, yeah, it should be you. Fucking wizard ego. It's time for a damn revolution. I mean, I don't know if it is. We just had one, as far as I can understand history. It seems like a revolution just happened. Yeah, it's time for an election. We've never had one of those before. Neat. Very neat. Finally, your voice will be heard. Right? And everything will be fine. Guys. Democracy 100% works, right? Yeah. Along with every other idiot in Norvik. Listen. If there is so many idiots that their voices win over ours, people get what they deserve, I think. How does this thing work? After you pick it up at a district office, you only need to check the box of one of the 5 parties. Then you deliver it on election day to a polling place. Although in your case, you need to write the name of the party you want in the corner along with a signature. Since you filled out every box like an idiot. Okay, now. I think our own intelligence is disrespecting us, which I'm not sure exactly how that works, but... Wouldn't you be the one that made me do it, intelligence? Or was I drunk? And in being drunk, charisma took over or something? I don't know. This is your one vote. You should indeed take care of it. Thank you, Wisdom. We will. Yeah, I don't know if I like Intelligence's tone so far. Look at a list of the parties. Strength says Nationalist Party of Norvik. The Party of Norvik, the inheritors of Earth's will. Theocratic organization founded to uphold the old ways. Headed by magistrates and 20-something noble families. Yeah, that sounds great. Yeah, that sounds ideal. Power to the nobles. And you know. That sounds awesome. A magistrate, says Intelligence, is the 5 rulers of the 5 districts. They are the Coin Lord, the Home Lord, the Shield Lord, the Food Lord, and the Law Lord. Each has a unique role in the city's bureaucracy. Sometimes the titles switch between districts, but generally the housing districts holds the Home Lord and the palace holds the Law Lord. very it feels a lot like Switzerland. We also have a council of people with each their own role. The finance minister, homeland, internal affairs minister, army, minister or minister. I don't know if they call it the defense, and then agriculture, and then the law. Right? Yeah, I think it makes sense. Yeah, no. Strength is a fascinating character. Super interesting. They all are in their own way, right? All right. Tell me about the palace. The palace, an unofficial nickname for the current ruler of Norwich, named after the palace district, in which most central authority resides. Interesting. I believe Christopher Bodegard is Swedish, maybe similarity in government. Yeah, maybe so, Sam Vimes. Yeah. Sir Sam Vimes. Sorry, I wouldn't want to forget your title. I don't know how the Swedish government works, but I wouldn't be surprised if it's pretty close to Switzerland. Yeah. All jokes about Switzerland, Sweden being the same place aside, I do think you guys in generally in Scandinavia have very similar systems than we do in Switzerland. Yeah. But I don't know. Yeah. I'm not too knowledgeable about how Sweden works. I know you have a king in Sweden. I know there are Swedish people in the audience, but I know you guys have a king, which is a very big difference. But I also know that it's more of an honorary title than anything, like a traditional thing. I don't think the king actually has very much power. Yeah. Neutrality, bureaucrats, and high costs, yeah. Alright, so the Palace District is one of the 5 districts in Norvik, says intelligence, the home of aristocrats, bureaucrats, and the remnants of Earth's court. Alright. Let's go back to the parties with dexterity, I believe. The Free Striders, the Revolutionary Party. The Asgalists, the Workers' Party. Which so far might be my favorite. The Asgalists, the workers who build the city and want to rule it. Seems only just. Their vision is a fair and even society, where those who live underneath rise up to show their worth. After all, why can't we share? Yeah, why can't we all just get along? Very idealist vision, as often is, progressists and socialists, political parties. But I think it's nice to, aim for something idealistic. Because the pushback's going to happen anyway, right? We're going to have to deal with pushback anyway. So if you give a stronger push, maybe the stone rolls a bit further than if you just, it's too idealistic. Let's just not bother, right? Because then the pushback still happens. And I feel like you just get taken over, right? But I think shooting for the stars might have some form of importance. Yeah. That's the way I look at things very often. So that's why I relate with the Asgalists so far. Anyway, Constitution. Want to chime in? The Agrarian Rural Party. Okay. Those who live of the earth, simple farmers, people of the land, the common clay of Ascani fields. Their political movement has mostly been swallowed by the Asgalists. I was going to say, I wonder how that's going to separate itself from the Workers' Party. It seems like it's very similar. It makes a lot of sense. Yeah. And the intelligence suggests the Arcanist Party of Magic. The Magocrats who ruled pre-Coast-War human civilizations in Old Dimenor. So Old Dimenor is now Reeds because of the Free Strider Revolution. I'm going to repeat things sometimes to try and build my mental understanding of what's happening in this world. A very minor political party in Norvik. Makes sense after the revolution, right? So yeah, mages, like wizards, used to rule. God kings and all that. seems to be the previous dominant party. Curious to know exactly what happened there and why it failed. And Charisma says, finally, the last box doesn't say anything. This is where you can input whatever you want, or just leaving empty for a null vote. Okay. I'm surprised Charisma is not suggesting we put our own name in there. Alright, gain some experience. Wisdom. The box next to each party is filled with a smudged checkmark, including the last empty one. Are these all the parties? Great, I know what to vote for already. I mean, I have an idea, but I'm not going to commit to anything. Okay, there are more parties. There's intelligence. There are about a dozen other large parties in Norvik. Most have been subsumed over the last few years, such as the Civic League of Progressives. I want to hear about those. The Torch Union, that sounds badass. The Order of the Scales. The Hedonist Party. Oh, okay. Okay, can we talk about the Hedonist Party? Isn't that supposed to be about, you know, the pleasure and self sufficiency or whatever, like self not sufficiency, self satisfaction? Yeah. And the various guild parties. I wonder if the Order of the Scales is related to the dragons that we know at one point existed. They have my support. The Agrarians and Arcanists are the only ones who have not joined a larger party or fallen aside. Okay. But many of the Agrarians left for the Asgalists, right? I think that's what it said. Yeah. A lot of the movement's been swallowed. Alright. Good to know. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I feel... I wonder if we'll have the freedom to pick one of these other many parties. Or if we're going to have to stick with one of the 5 ones. It's going to be interesting to see where this goes. Yeah, same thing. Okay. I just wanted to make sure there wasn't anything new. Alright, we're making progress. I'm not going to leave the room yet. There's 2 exits. One goes down, one goes up. I want to talk to that guy. What is happening here? Is he bugged? Is he supposed to be here? I think he's supposed to be here. This guy, he just won't move. I mean, he's not actually... That's funny. Hold on. I think I'm taking so long. Sometimes the games... we've seen that happen in other games before. I take so long to play that the sprites slowly move. We had the same thing in Disco Elysium, actually, didn't we? Hold on. I feel like we had the exact same problem in Disco. One of the characters had slided over. That is crazy that the same thing's happening here. That is wild. Let me save. I'm gonna create a new save file. And now I'm gonna load it. Right, okay, now it looks good. It was Kim, I think. Yeah, was it? Oh, was that a rat? It was. I wonder if that was something. Wasn't it Joyce on her boat? I have a feeling I remember Joyce on her boat moving around. Running issues with combination with locomotion animations. Yeah. Probably. Apparently the low percent speedrun of one of the Zelda games uses a glitch like that. The world record is something like 24 hours, last I heard. That's funny. Well, okay, so I can't move past. I have to talk to this guy. A guy. He looks indecisive. Hate that. Hate indecisive people. I'm worried that trifle's gonna mean something like, you know. What? A wisdom tooth? Am I pulling a tooth out of... Okay, what are we doing right now? It gives 1 wisdom, but it's a dexterity check of 15 to pickpocket it. I don't know about that one. I feel like I'm gonna fail. And I don't know if I want to face the consequences of it. Can I do it again? I can, okay. And then I can click off, okay. Yeah, I don't know about that. I don't know if I want to risk it. What's our dexterity at again? Okay, inventory is the one I need. Dexterity is 8, so -1. Yeah, no, I am not doing that. I'm not safe scamming, Sal, you know. You know that. Let's talk first. Let's engage. It's a zombie. Okay, so it looks like a zombie. It is a zombie. Noted. You approach a shambling man by the apple pile. He does not acknowledge your presence. That's rude. He is unaware of you. Thanks, I got that. Constitution. Greetings, citizen. Glancing under his hood, you catch a blank expression spread upon the dried face. What is your name, sir? He does not even turn to look at you. Identify yourself, citizen! You trying something here, smartass? Why is this man not listening to me? I love that you can just LARP as a cop, you know, like being really intense with the identification, please. I mean, I am a sort of cop, right? I'm a detective of this world, I guess. The equivalent. Why is this man not listening to me? Wisdom says, his glassy dark eyes just stare forward into nothing. This is a reanimated corpse. Thank you, intelligence. Sir, are you a member of the undead? What is he doing? I found this voting card over there. Is this yours? Should I defeat the zombie, attack the zombie, or go away? So I could ignore it and, you know, walk up the stairs there, but I'm not gonna leave this room yet. Oblivion NPC dialogue choice. What is he doing? The zombie is attempting to clear a path through the apple pile. He's probably been at it for a long time. Should I defeat this zombie? That'd be pretty scary, says Strength. I love that my strength is so low that we're scared of everything. We're scared of eating apples. We're scared of attacking zombies. Sir, are you a member of the undead? He does not respond. I found this voting card over there. Is it yours? The zombie does not even grunt in your direction. Just keeps working slowly. You grip the voting card firmly in your gloved hand, says Strength. It is indeed yours. Keep it safe. Oh my god. You're very rude. Did you know that? I'm thinking of voting for the nationalists. They've got a good plan for the future of the city. The Free Striders Revolution will be good for the city, I think. Don't you? We need to establish an Asgalist government. It's the only way for us average peasants to not fall back into the oppression of feudalism, or worse, magocracy. Everything surrounding this so-called democratic process is madness. Everyone should just vote for me to be their god wizard king. That way, I can solve all their problems through magical dictatorship. I don't have a political opinion, so I guess I don't need this voting card. Hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that, Sam. I do remember. This one's fine, but as a general rule on the channel, we do not allow chat to remind me of stuff the game says, even if it's, you know, something I've read or whatever. We like for me to just have to remember it on my own, or if I forget, that's part of my experience. We have a pretty strict no influence from chat rule around here. Which you get used to. You get used to it. Me forgetting things can be part of the fun, but in this case, no harm, no foul, of course. Yeah. Yeah, unfortunately we have to make everything unsafe. We have to have no line, because otherwise people not you, of course, but malintentioned people will, you know, use whatever leeway they can get to influence the gameplay in one way or another, and then pretend, oh, what I was just mentioning a thing the game tells you or whatever. I'm sure you understand. We have to be, we have to be careful. Yeah. But in this case, it was something that I very much remembered, so no worries. No harm, no foul. Everything is unsafe, yeah. I don't know. I don't have a political opinion. I guess I just don't need this voting card. That's not true. I don't think I'm gonna do that. Exactly, Vimes, or Sam. Maybe I should call you Sir Sam. That sounds good. That's exactly what we're shooting for. We want the playthrough to be as personal as possible. That's what makes it unique. Yeah. I don't think this zombie is very aware of my political I don't think he cares about my political ramblings. I don't think he cares about anything. So I think I'm gonna go with "You're very rude." Did you know that? The zombie appears to rattle a bit. Oh. Nope, just found another out-of-place apple. We need to establish an Asgalist government. It is the only way for us average peasants to not fall back into the oppression of feudalism, or worse, magocracy. This is a hard word to pronounce for some reason. Like, theocracy is fine. Democracy is fine. Why is magocracy difficult? Magocracy. Okay, a little update. A government with heart. Exactly, Wisdom. The zombie just keeps moving apples. Oh boy, we're making a political speech to a zombie that is barely sentient. This is so funny. Conflicted between magocracy like go or magocracy like mage. Magocracy? Yeah, I think magocracy sounds like, from a root, you know, etymology perspective, sounds better to me. Yeah. Magister. Yeah, I don't know. Magos. Yeah, I don't know. I like magocracy. It just sounds better, I guess. Hey, there's no voice acting. It's all made up anyway. I'm choosing magocracy. The social democratic model of the dwarves is ingenious, just balanced enough to work with our human dwarven majority populace. A true working class revolution is clearly needed. Cooperative ownership of the guilds is the first step. just like Earth established with Norwegian collectivized agriculture. As long as we don't collapse like the original Asgalian undercoast state did, or the Vizca kingdoms, or the three wings of Divinitorum, or the Okay, so I do like this, the idea that, yeah, we've tried that before, it just didn't work so well. Very much like, you know, the collapse of communist states in the real world. Right? Yeah, we tried that, it didn't work so well, but the theory is still pretty sound, right? Like it. This is very, very well written. I like it. This time, yeah, this time for sure we got this, right? Cooperative ownerships of the guilds is the first step. I don't disagree with that. That's maybe it's a very Swiss perspective, but I don't know. Cooperative ownership of agricultures and all that's pretty common here. Or was, at least. I'm not sure if it is anymore, but the Vizca kingdoms collapsed primarily due to a shortage of safety vests that didn't have enough high-vis populace to support it. I must be missing a reference there. I don't get it. It's a teamy joke. It's probably bad. They always are. But I think I'm missing the frame of reference to get it. Oh, high visibility. Okay, never mind. Right, high vis. Okay. You know what, Timmy? You take 1 minute for this. I will not have this kind of nonsense in this chat. Let's see. Oh, there you go. Thank you, Salino. I was trying to do it on my own, but my stream chat is very bad for moderating because I rarely have to do it myself, so I didn't have it set up. I have it set up for clarity, not tools. Appreciate it, Salino. Timmy, think about what you've done, okay? Yeah, I don't know what I want to pick here. I do like 2, I think. On mobile, you can't input a time. It's always 10 minutes. Oh! Yeah, he got timed out for 10 minutes. Oh, poor guy. You know what? It's fine. It'll give him more time to think about what he's done. I know it doesn't deserve it, but you know, let's say it's a 10-minute timeout for his entire body of work, right? It's an honorary award, the kind that they give to old actors at the end of the Oscars, you know. Yeah, so it's either 2 or 3. I'm just not sure which one. Maybe I'm gonna go with the 3rd because I think it's so funny. I'm gonna go with it. Like the realization that, you know, okay, the system works in theory, but as long as we don't collapse like the original Asgalian undercoast state did, or the Vizca kingdoms, or the 3 wings of Divinitorum, or the fleshy bowl plank does not reply or counter your words. All I'm hearing is I'm winning the debate. I am winning the political debate against a barely sentient zombie. I think we're doing great. It's like talking to chat. Oh, that's mean. You know, chat has shown a few, you know, brain cells in the past. How are you today, Primalink? DJ, good to see you. That's most political debates, yeah. Just say a whole bunch of words that nobody else really wants to listen to. Am I boring you? The zombie carefully places another apple at the top of the pile. Yeah, I mean, I get it, DJ. You know, I have different interpretations of this, but the distracted masses too busy doing their thing to really think about what's going on. That's one of them. And the political yappers doing their own thing. Nobody really cares about it, even though it probably directly affects them. I don't know. There's a lot of ways to look at this. Does the zombie have a vote? Because if he has one, then yeah, the metaphor is great. I just noticed now something I didn't notice before is that the cursor colors itself to whatever just not only the continue button, but also the cursor changes color based on the personality aspect that's going to talk, the stat that's going to talk. It's really cool. He does not have an opinion of any kind. I can attack the zombie or I can go away. I'm gonna go away for now. I mean, I do want to access the rest of this, but it feels like blindly attacking is not a great idea. I don't even have a weapon, in fact. And we're also exhausted. And we're not very strong, so we're not supposed to win with our weapons. We're supposed to win with our, you know, words. Which is very hard when someone refuses to engage in the conversation with us. Come on, zombie, fight me on the marketplace of ideas. Nope. I like the little pattern under the thing when you select it. In French, we call it une trame. I'm not sure what the actual word is in English, but it's a very like frequent comic book trick, right? To add sort of shadows or textures to something. It appears on everything else. I just noticed it here for the first time. Okay, so I think that's pretty much everything we can do here if we are not finding a way past the zombie. I don't want to attack it. Maybe we'll find another way to get past him, right? Just like in Disco, we don't want to immediately try punching Measurehead. That'd be stupid, right? Yeah. So we had something new here. Oh yeah, the Asgalist. Oh, you can't see it because it's under my camera, but look at that. We have 1 point in Asgalist. Our political orientation is evolving. You've talked about positive opinions on Asgalism about one single time ever since waking up in the Lich House. Really brings you back. Okay, nothing about the tea shop yet, of course. And okay, the class conflict. Great, 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 great. I love the dual meaning of class conflict in this game. So good. Okay, I think this is good. All right. I think the only choice we have left for now is going upstairs. Oh. A spiral staircase. Ancient architecture. Yeah, I just want to make sure that I haven't missed anything. Can I interact with this even if I can't access it? Yeah, I can. A basket of apples. Some look okay-ish. An almost empty box except for a stale treat and a pouch. How do I know I'm too far away from it? I can't reach that from here. How about this? A crate filled with sand. Can't reach that from here. Oh, a sword! If I could use that, I could maybe attack the zombie, but you understand the predicament we're in there. A slightly broken standard issue Earth Guard blade. I'm not sure this game contains more than just this room. Yeah, we'll see. We're about to find out. Stairs leading down far into the city below. And a door inside this tunnel. Okay, hold on. There's a door inside this tunnel. Okay. Alright, yeah, no, I think we've interacted with everything. I'm assuming there's no extra interaction now that we've engaged with something else. No, okay. Okay, no, we're done. We're done here. Alright, we're about to find out, Credo. An hour of actual real time of time in game, by the way. 2 streams. This might be a new record. Some spells can only be cast in certain situations. Okay. Viskin's Lair. Upper Tolstad. Oh, there we go. You can see the ocean or the sea. A nice little tree. Good morning, Cleric. Good morning, whoever you are. Viskin. Local mortician. We don't know his stats. Oh, interesting. You can use your intelligence to behold and maybe learn something about him. I'm gonna do that in a second. Oh, you don't see his full thing. Look at that. Local mortician. With his face and everything. Looks cool. You know what this reminds me of? Again, I know the comparisons are tired at this point, but reminds me of finally going to the second floor. Well, rather the first floor of the Whirling in Rags, whatever the name was. It's been so long, I barely remember. And finally getting to talk to Garrett, the bartender, right? It's kind of the same sort of... Oh, Gart, not Garrett, Gart. Yeah. It's sort of the same sort of structure, right? You start in a room on a floor and find out what happens, and then you move, and there's a character waiting for you. Huh. Very reminiscent. The music is so great. Love this game. Oh, what is that? Ost, Chief of Security. Is he a lizard thing? Is he a... I don't know. A goblin? What is that? I love that we don't... Like, the whole thing is encrypted, and I'm assuming you have to find information. Love that. That's so cool. Oh. Some things to notice on the ground. A ton of books and whatnot. Oh my god. Alright, people, place your bets. Do we think we're exiting this room tomorrow? Or is the entire tomorrow stream going to be in this room? Yeah, that's true, Quasi. Planescape, a lot of Planescape similitudes as well, right? With the you're waking up, you don't really remember who you are, and yeah, yeah. Which Disco, I think, Disco Elysium was inspired in parts by Planescape, right? That was one of their influences, so makes a lot of sense. An empty pot. How? Okay. How much can I possibly engage with an empty pot? Looking inside, you find the pot to be empty. Most contain strange herbs or ashes. This one does not. Wisdom says the pot was recently emptied. You can still see remnants of dust at the bottom. Ooh. Constitution says this is fear. There is fear. You must grow sturdier. You hedonistic fool. Pray the stomach dies and lets the mind work without its poisonous influence. Leave the pot alone. I don't know if the idea here is that Constitution's afraid of an empty pot because it's like, it's a sign of, you know, famine or missing something, which is why intelligence is like, yeah, you know, if only the stomach would just shut the fuck up, right? We don't need to eat all the time. There's no need to be worried about the lack of food or whatever. Emptiness isn't that scary, right? Chill out, Constitution. Leave the pot alone. What about this one? Mushrooms. Probably edible. Swamp extract. Swamp extract. Alright. It is now ours. A small fungal spore ball. These can be farmed along the undercoast. They do wonders for your gut. They're probably not mind-altering. Oh, they're not mind-altering? Probably. Well, I do not need them now, but eventually, you know, we'll eat them and find out if they are indeed mind-altering. Very cool. What's that about? The red eye of Earth. Yor left his mark across the bands. Today, it is a universal sign of magic. So this kind of represents a duality, it feels like. The idea of magic and religion. Both sort of being at odds, it seems. In... At least, you know, intelligence doesn't seem too big of a fan of all the religious aspect of it. It seems like there's a conflict there, maybe. Certainly a duality, at least. Which I'm not sure exactly what it all means yet. Your fate one day. I mean, wasn't it my fate yesterday? I feel like I've died already. Like, the game's been pretty clear with that. Wait, are we a zombie behind? Oh my god. For some reason, I didn't think about it until now. What if we're a zombie under the mask? That's why he doesn't want to remove it. Maybe we got reanimated like the one downstairs. Although, why are we so sentient and aware then? I don't know. Trifle. Some crowns and incense. Listen, we've stolen from the dead before. Let's do it again. Yeah, 2 crowns, some incense. Beautiful. You never know. It doesn't need them anymore. Oh, unless it's like a ceremonial thing. You know, like in certain culture, they put money. I mean, the incense obviously makes sense for the smell of the corpse, right? And putting money, you know, to pay for passage to the other side. Pay the what's it called? The tithe or whatever. Charon's payment to bring you to the ferryman, yeah, in the Greek mythology at least. Maybe it's something like that. Maybe I'm making a little bit of a profane gesture there by stealing that. That's fine. Who cares? It'll be fine. Alright, do we look at all those books first? Do we talk to the... What's his name again? Viskin. Let me try to behold and see what it does. Oh, come on. Come on. We haven't rolled a single die above 8, I think, so far. Yeah, thanks for the insight. Now I know exactly how this works. This is great. Maybe tomorrow. Fuck that. I could rest. Remove my exhaustion. And behold again. How about this? Dexterity. Oh god, this one's a dexterity behold. Well, let's try. Let's see. Whatever happens. What? The most observative clerics. I know less now than I did before, probably. Yeah. It would have been so funny if his name got scrambled. You're not even sure about the name anymore. Dude, this is unreal. Our average right now has to be under 5. Like, seriously, I'm not kidding. Our average has to be under 5. With the first, I don't know, 8 to 10, well, maybe, how many die roll do we have we had so far? Dice roll? Maybe 6. 5 or 6. But the average has to be under 5, like around 5. Unbelievable. This game's rigged. Yeah, I'm very unlucky, it seems like. Hey, you know what they say? Unlucky in games, lucky in love. Nah. Unlucky in both, typically. What is that? Is that a tiny thing that I can interact with? A pocket watch. Oh, the pocket watch we lost during the intro when we were, you know, visibly drowning. I thought I was gonna have to look for it. Apparently it's there. Great. Love that for me. But before I start grabbing things on his desk, I think we do owe Viskin a little conversation. There's a part of me that's tempted to use a short rest, honestly. Just to try those behold again and remove exhaustion. Because fuck that. But I don't... If I can only use it once a day... That's the thing, right? I don't want to waste it before I use my spells. To at least have some utility out of it. How long does this last? Shield of Faith? 1 hour. Okay. So yeah, I can't... If it was like 10 hours, I would have casted it, then used... Oh, maybe the rest would actually remove the shield, right? Yeah. Yeah, never mind. I'll have other opportunities to do those rolls, I guess, I'm sure. I still don't know how Behold works. My assumption is that based on the DC you beat, you get some amount of information. Based on your observation skills and deduction skills. But since I both times didn't even get 5, I can confirm that. This is very upsetting. I think we're gonna talk to Viskin. And finally maybe figure out what's happening here. Most likely our first real conversation with another person. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna have to be a story for tomorrow. Unfortunately. Because honestly, I wish I could keep playing the game. What a video game this has been so far. When a game can just carry you through so many hours of actually being in the world and enjoying it, and you've barely made any progression in the game, you've barely moved, and yet there's been so many interesting conversations both in the game and outside of it as a result of the themes of the game, that's usually a really good sign. That's usually a really good sign. It does really strike that sort of disco fine line between, you know, it is slow paced, but it's also it's there's a lot of themes and conversations that are generated out of what's happening in the game, which I always like. I always like that. Yeah, person. I was thinking the same thing. The game tells you that there's 5 days. You can estimate how many hours that is. That gives you an idea. It's gonna go faster at some point. Right now I'm just taking it even slower because I'm just figuring things out and enjoying the, you know, the discovery. At one point, I'm sure we'll start going faster, right? Insanity? I don't know. Was it our first stream of Disco? I don't remember. Do you guys remember the first stream of Disco? How far we made it? Did we even leave the Whirling in Rags in the first stream of Disco? I don't think we did, right? We did not, okay. Yeah, that's what I remembered. Yeah. We died 5 times to the fan, that's true. Yeah. We went out on the balcony. Yeah. We didn't even make it to the bottom floor, right? Because we took so long to create the character and then, you know. Video games. Well, I mean, if you were here after all this time, it probably means you do enjoy the way I'm playing video games, so thank you for that. I don't think I'm gonna change. That's just how I enjoy playing video games, so we're gonna keep going this way. Does Christopher Beauregard have a funny comment to make about my progress? Alright, so last time you got through the whole intro sequence. Just a day ago, a local tea shop exploded. It's your job to figure out why. For some reason, you woke up at the bottom of a morgue. Great start. I like this. But you're still in Viskin's lair. I mean, the Lich House. I mean, the local mortuary. So, go outside, says Chris. Hold on, Chris. Let's not rush into this, okay? I wish Chris Beauregard could see me play this game. And see how his session notes cannot possibly apply to someone like me. What a beautiful game. I bet they would love it. Maybe. I hope so. I mean, I'm not doing it for that, but, you know, I would hope that they would feel happy of people, like, really taking their time and enjoying what they've created, right? I know I do when, you know, when someone tells me they've spent a lot of time with my books and trying to think about all the things, and it always pleases me. Took me so long to create them. It's nice that someone isn't just rushing through them in a couple days and that's it, right? Anyway, that is about it for Esoteric Ebb for today. Thank you guys. I appreciate you joining us today. We'll be back tomorrow, 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more exciting, slow adventures of Esoteric Ebb. I cannot wait to see more. I am very, very, very excited. Yeah, reminder in advance that I won't be streaming on Wednesday. I'll be there tomorrow, but not on Wednesday, and then I'll be back on Thursday. A little bit of a shorter week. But yeah, no, I appreciate you guys for being here. Thank you all for the support, the resubs, and all that. Make sure to follow the channel if you haven't done so yet. And join Discord if you want to know exactly when I'm going live, if you want to get information, if the stream somehow changes for whatever reason, or if there's anything happening. It's all happening on Discord. We also have a spoiler channel on Discord that you can interact with, and if you are tier 2 sub or above, you can actually write in there and say all the things you can't say on stream because of our rules. I don't know how active it is for this game. It's been popping off. Okay, nice, $10. Hell yeah, nice. I remember it was pretty active for Blueprints, obviously. So it's nice that this one is also pretty active. Love that. Yeah. No, thank you, everybody. And yeah, so the best use for Discord is just to know exactly when I'm going live every day. We have a notification channel for going live. So yeah, that's about it. All right. Yeah. Yeah, that's about it. I don't have much more to say. I'm out of words, believe it or not. I wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I will see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.